We'll see. That should be fine. Yeah, probably. With some luck. I'm here. Oh, my nose has just started to act up. That nose better make me act up. Alright. I'm here now, right now, to do this. This is what we're doing. Sure. I still haven't figured out how I'm supposed to, like, get the energy to start streams. I don't know how people do that. Wait for it. Probably. Hopefully. Apparently not. Hi, Maya. Hi, Carl. It is back to masturbating. Back to masturbating over Oh wait, I haven't clicked on the game. Back to masturbating over this amazing character that I have right here. There it is. Just took a while. Apparently, sound alerts doesn't want to work today properly. All right, I got something I need to do on this game today. I was trying to do it yesterday and I just never did because I just kind of kept I don't know what I was doing, but it was not good. On League of Legends as always, exactly. It's the only game I ever play. I have never not played League of Legends. The map is huge. It's not that big. I mean, it's actually even bigger. It goes even higher than the top of the screen. It keeps going. It's a very big. This is a very physically large game. I got zombie. Also, hello, Rocket. Okay, so can I hear the game? Yeah, I can. Okay, I'm going over here. I was told about this yesterday, and I stopped looking for it. In fact, someone told me to go to the west, and so I was looking over in the west for an item, but it's actually in the east, the item that I need. So I'm going to go and look for that. Have I considered a slightly more aggressive honk? What, like a honk of a, like a honk of like a goose, like a goose honk. I have a video of geese honking on my computer somewhere. Would the horse come for in realistic? Do you not? Have you not unlocked the ability to summon horses? I thought that was like just something that everyone can do. Like I go outside like when I'm you know I haven't got a driver's license alright because I just unlocked the ability to summon horses when I was 13. Because it's pretty horse. It is a horse, sure. I don't care what it is. It's a horse. You can't tell me otherwise. Someone say wanking in League of Legends. I would never wank to League of Legends. Mostly because I don't really know what is in League of Legends. But second of all, because I've never looked it up. If you zoom out, it's pretty small. Nah, it's big compared to a War Thunder map. Where am I going again? Over here. Just over here, around here. I saw this on the map and I was like, that's probably where I need to go. And I think it's in here. I think this is where I wanted to go. Still a chance I will? Well, yeah, of course. I never said I never said I would. I just never said I haven't. There's a difference. Wasn't the ASIM? That is true. That is true. ASIM is a very big. You do get like the entire of the like Sinai Peninsula. So, but it's still bigger than like a couple of the ground maps, I guess. Still bigger than the 48th parallel or whatever that map's called. There's women that look like children that look like women, dogs, cats, fairies, little monsters. Oh, a little bit for everyone then. And that's for Rule 34. I'm waiting for it. No one's made it yet. I think no one's made it yet because at my size, it'll be weird if you lot started making it. But once I start getting into the big leagues, people are going to start making Rule 34 of me. And it won't be weird because it'll just be like a couple people doing it. As opposed to like, you know, if one of you did it, it would be like 90% of like a whole 10% of my viewer base would be making it. But if someone does it when I've got like 100 viewers and one person does it, well, that's only 1/100th of my viewer base. I diet. Da, 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 da. You know, I'm gonna be. I want to be. I want to be someone who is. I want to make a YouTube video in about, you know, 4 years where I'm reading fan fiction of myself. If someone makes Rule 34 when I'm at 20 viewers or less, you can pinpoint it exactly. And as funny as that sounds, it also sounds a little bit weird. It's not how furries work. I mean, it isn't. Furries don't want to be animals. Well, some of them do. That doesn't make it any less weird, I'll be completely honest. I don't get it. I got nothing against people doing it, but at the same time, I also think it's weird. Radio song. Da, 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 da. I don't really, I feel like those suits that they make, it's like far too expensive. Hi Salty, you want to be endless bread? Do you think we're gonna have people that are like furries but for me, and people are gonna try and be me? Is that those people that like cosplayers dream? Shit! Shit. I hate that jump. I've been in this cave a number of times, and every time I've fell to that. Who's the viewer who's most likely to write raunchy fanfiction? It's definitely Sporty. Sporty or Cinder. They're the two that would be most likely. I haven't seen them in a while, mostly because Cinder's been banned from Twitch, but they're definitely the two that would be most likely to go out of their way to do that. Shit. They're dodgy fellas. You cannot get it, but you just like when people actually go away to hate. Yeah, that makes sense. I go around throwing pig's blood and swearing at people I see in public I don't like. I carry a bucket of pig's blood with me wherever I go, just in case I happen upon someone who I don't like. You never know. There we go. Bready. That's what anyone who cosplays me is called. Shit. I want someone to do like perfect. You know those when you see like TikToks occasionally or just other videos where people do like really impressive like face paint or makeup. I want someone to do that, but to make themselves look like me. And I want them to rob a bank, and then I have to use my Twitch channel as proof of my innocence. The one thing it's kind of like buying a new PC setup. Like it's a hobby that usually helps you with perspective. There is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. Time for something that I don't know. That is something that we haven't heard in a while. That's been the channel point redeems have been taken over by people using the get your hands off my penis redeems. Like you know. There we go. I did it that time. For you know, good point, good reason. I'm gonna be honest with you. I woke up about 2 hours ago. I haven't had anything to eat, and this is the only thing I've had to drink today. And so, if things are a little bit stunted, it's because of that. I also, within 10 minutes of waking up, I went out. I had to go to the shop to get something. So I had to go and get some money out for a haircut tomorrow. So if I'm a little bit stunted, it's because I am. Why did the bread mustache look like Hitler? I don't look like Hitler. It's not that thin. I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy and I can't go to get rid of it. My mustache and beard combo looks great. It makes me look like a real adult. People look at me and go, "Oh, cock." Oh, it's fine. People look at me and go, that's the man who doesn't need IDing. The third bread. I'm not starting my own Reich. That is usually what people shout at me when they see me. In fact, I had to go to the nearby, like, just the nearby shop. You know, every small village has a shop. And I had to go there, and there was a police car nearby. And even though, like, obviously I'm not a criminal, and I don't really look like one, I was wearing, like, an oversized hoodie. I was wearing black trousers and an oversized hoodie, and it was rather unkempt, obviously, because it was windy, and I just got out of bed. And I was scared that the police were going to ask why I was taking money out, and that they were going to, like... I went up to the cash point, and I was scared that the police were going to come up behind me and be like, alright, why are you taking money out and not going in to buy anything? And so, yeah, I don't know why. I feel like everyone gets a little bit scared when the police are around, whether you've done something or not. I think that's not like in the way that they're going to shoot you like you would if you're American, but I don't know. I got nothing to hide from the police, but I still feel like they're going to they're going to like come after me. And then on my way home, I was like coming up with this scenario where they came up behind me and like pretended that they found weed on me, and then they took me to the police station, and I had to use my Twitch. They're like, what were you doing yesterday? And I had to use my Twitch stream to prove that I was actually I was actually at home and not buying drugs. And then they're like, well, how do we know this isn't pre-recorded? And then I was gonna have to get like Maya involved to be like, no, I'm not pretending to be Maya. Maya's a real person. Look, you can check on my other videos that that this person is not me. Is that normal? Do normal people have those kind of thoughts? Or am I just a little bit insane? I specifically asked for ID because it looks drawn on. I don't usually keep my I usually shave. I just couldn't be bothered. I haven't been bothered the past couple of days. I've been seeing I've been trying to check how long I can go for without shaving before people notice. This is not theft, I'm innocent. No, I think what you say that it's the daydreaming's normal, but I think that's schizo behavior. I think Zombie's got the right idea. What? Oh yeah, I can use Salty. Salty can be the person that Salty's been here since day one, so he's the most he's the person that I need the most to, as proof. The asylum workers will arrive in 4 to 6 business days. They're gonna take me away. They're gonna put me on strange medication because I imagined that I got taken to the police station and interrogated for by these 2 random corrupt police officers. That I don't know why they would see me and go after me. I just kind of look like a failed e-boy, really. That's what. Just imagine an e-boy, but one that has not like. Is in like a horrible depressive slump and hasn't looked after himself for about 2 weeks. That's kind of what I look like at the cash point, taking out £10. I put my pin in and sat staring at it for about 5 minutes before I realized that I had to press the enter button. Like, I was completely checked out. I'm surprised they didn't notice that I was just kind of staring at the cash point screen. I felt stupid when I finally realized that I was supposed to press enter. Although there are some, like, you know, I think at least the way that I act wasn't as annoying as like some of the people that I had to walk past. I had to walk past a bus stop to get there, and there was a couple there was like 3 old women that were waiting for the bus. And they were taking up the entire path because it was only just a small, like, this is like a random rural path. And they were taking up the entire path. And when the bus came, they all stepped towards the bus, but then as the bus got closer, they all stepped away from the bus. And so they were taking up the entire fucking path, and I had to walk on the mud. And I felt like sawing their heads off. Because it's like, just stand, the bus isn't going to come onto the path. You've probably taken this bus hundreds of times. At what point has this bus ever come onto the path and ran you over? It wasn't even a case that there were people getting off the bus. I could see that there was no one waiting to get off the bus. These were just people that... They were just entitled old people that were taking up the entire fucking path waiting for the bus. Anyway, that's my rant about how I don't like people who take buses because they think they own the place and they always stand in the middle of the fucking path like the pricks they are. They probably did notice but thought I was extremely drunk or something. I feel like they probably should have come and checked on me. They're probably not very good police officers if they see me drunkenly standing there at 1 in the afternoon failing to take money out of an ATM. Or at least I would hope that that's what the police would do. They'd be like, why the fuck are you out and drunk at 1 a.m? I know I'm in a lower class area. It's not uncommon for there to be drunk people. If I was in town, there would definitely be a line of people waiting to get into the local fucking Weatherspoons to get pissed at 1 in the afternoon. But maybe not like around here. I'd at least expect the police to be a little bit like, all right, can we at least ask why it's taking you 5 minutes to press enter on your PIN number? You put your PIN number in incredibly quick. You just haven't pressed enter. I'm gonna die again. 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 Not gonna die again. I'm too busy thinking about how I get perceived weirdly by people. Just high up in mind at 1 p.m. Old hag. The fucking old people around here, I hate them. You've got a mixture. You've got some old people that are like nice and you just walk past them and they might smile at you or keep to themselves. But a lot of the other old people around here, it's just like I said, they take up like 6 miles, like 600% of the path. Sorry, I got a little bit too excited thinking about old people for a second there. They just like, you know, I live in like an old person area. Like there are 2 old people's homes like within eye shot of my house. There are two old people homes just within eye shot, and all the buildings that I can see out behind me are all granny flats. I've explained what a granny flat is before, in case anyone's wondering. It's a building. It's a bungalow specifically designed for old people. They're usually cheap, probably subsidized, and they just have like 3 rooms in them. And every single one around here keeps their door open 24/7 for some reason. Every time I walk past one, their door's always open, and I don't know why. Sometimes I consider knocking on the door, just being like, yo, what's up? Walking in, sitting down, starting eating some biscuits, you know. Just walk in. Is it bad you follow every single RAF Instagram account? Probably. I'd be concerned if I saw someone following every single one. I'd think that they're trying to learn too much information about the RAF. That you're a KGB spy that never got deactivated. Knock in and say you've called? You need me? Sir, I'm here. What's going on in here? Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then? You in here? Serving tea and biscuits, are we? Well, like they've just got like there's a couple ones. There's a couple around here that just have like random shit, and they go, I'm gonna die to fucking arrows. Move out of the way. Get away. Get away. Don't hurt me. Heal. They've got like a old TV in their garden. It's been there for years. There's one that has like a Help for Heroes flag in there in his garden as well. It's flying. I think it is that. It's either that or it was a British one that he changed for that. Like the, you know, it's a remembrance thing for World War II, I think. Or World War One. I'm not sure. It's war remembrance. You should work in there, they'll assume that I'm a plumber, electrician, or a handyman. Or that, or they'll fucking screech. And every, like, police officer within, like, 4 miles will come and kick the door down. And be like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you live here? Is this your house? And I'll say, no, the door was open though. And I just thought, you know, I might as well. What's going on? Oh, no, it's fine. Is he? Okay, he's firing arrows. They're not. To be fair, I'm being hyperbolic about the old people in this area. They're not too bad. I've never had a bad experience with them. They tend to kind of keep to themselves. It's like the chavs. All the different like types of people all stay like together in my area. You got the chavs that stay together. You got the youths that stay together. The old people stay together. The middle-aged people stay together. There's no intermingling. I was got offered 80 quid to climb into someone's house and open the door for him. Profit. I mean, was it their house? Or did they just, oh, did you just walk past someone on the street? Was it just some random guy on the street that was like, do you want to climb through that window? You seem like a small nubile boy. Do you want to climb in there? Oh, fuck, where did you come from? Ah, fuck. Oh, he's bigger than the other ones. Oh no, I want to do that. I want. Yeah, okay, we're good. I can say that I've never been. The only time I've ever been like approached on the street by someone to do something was some. There's like some historic sign on the. In like the in the town, not historic as in it's a tourist attraction or like that, or it's even a part of history. It's just like an old Victorian building that has an old Victorian like painted sign on the side, and it got like restored. And some random guy, I don't even think he was involved. It was just a guy was standing there looking up at it, and then I walked past him and he was like, "Excuse me, mate, can you read?" Which first of all is a strange question to ask someone if you think about it, because I assume that the assumption to have is that most people can read. So that's a strange way to start a sentence with someone. Some guy just came, like, approached me and said, "Are you able to read?" And I was like, "What does that sign say? Does that sign make sense to you?" And I didn't know what he was asking, so I just sat there, stood there looking at the sign, reading it. And I was like, "Yeah, that's a sign, all right." And then he was like, "Does it make sense?" And I was like, "No." And then he was like trying to explain to me why the sign didn't make sense. Which I knew why the sign didn't make sense, is because it didn't make sense because I can read. And then he was like, "Oh, someone must have messed up." And I was like, "All right." And I continued walking. But like, I assumed that it was like, it's just like a historic way of speaking. You know how the Victorians spoke weirdly? I assume it was probably just a Victorian turn of phrase. And this guy was just being overly pedantic. I don't know what he did about it, because that sign never changed. It always looked the same. I don't even know who that man was. He's just a random man. Never saw him again in my life. So I know people like him are the NPC. So there's a lot of guys down there, and that guy there is already very excited at the prospect of attacking me, and I'm just telling my story first. But yeah, it was just like, "Can you read?" And it's like, yeah. Like, what do you want? I don't even know how to answer a question like that. When someone asks me, "Can I read?" my initial answer is not, "Yeah, I can read." My answer is, "Why do you need to know if I can read? Like, what are you about to ask me?" It's scary. It's like people approach me on the street and ask me questions like that, and I don't know what you want. What are you trying to? What do you want from me? Don't ask me such cryptic questions. He's asking if I was too wasted to read. So it's like, you're like 8 or 9 at the time, so you didn't have a fear of getting kidnapped. Good, you were definitely going to get kidnapped, Rocket. If you'd have taken that, you would have definitely, you would have gone into that house through the window, and he would have just opened the door from the outside and locked it. You would have never been seen again. Oh, I didn't want to aggro him. Why do British people conserve houses? Because it's a miracle they're still standing after 10 years. I mean, in this instance, it wasn't really it wasn't really a house that had been conserved. This was like this was just a building on the high street. Also, when I say Victorian, I mean like late Victorian. Like, this was still a brick house. This was a house that looked like a house. You saw, if you were to see this house, you would just go, "Oh, that's a whole old house," you know. It probably wasn't even Victorian. It was probably like early 1900s. Actually, I think early 1900s would also be Victorian. But It wasn't like it was like Industrial Revolution building. But, you know, some old houses can be preserved and look nice. Like old cottages look nice when they're preserved. Well, when you've got people who are rich enough to live in them. Although, I will say, all the buildings in my town are like that. Like, all the buildings on the high street are probably over 100 years old at this point, and all of them look like it. Well, actually, the further down the high street you go, the worse it is, actually. The top of the high street, they're probably, like, much newer. But down at the very bottom of the high street, they're all, like pre-war buildings that are, like, falling apart. And it's like, where the fuck... Why? You can obviously see that there's like no windows in the top floor. The roof is caving in and no one lives in it anymore. No one goes to that part of town because there's just nothing down there. He was like a wrecking ball when he was a child and basically unkidnappable. Can you get weed on the high street? No, but there are smoke shops. There are those places that sell smoking paraphernalia. You know, there is a vape shop. There are places that you could probably go to and find a few people that were willing to sell it you. I've told the story about how I was almost kidnapped when I was in Weymouth one time. I know I've definitely told it. I don't know if I should tell it again. It's not a story, it's just like... One time we were down in Weymouth, and we were walking back to the car, and it was like nighttime. I was in my teenage years, so I was probably not going to get kidnapped. I was probably just going to get injected and like given a forced addiction to heroin. Wait, was there anything over here? And it was like really dark, but the town was all like lit up, and I wanted to look at the town, and so I was leaning against the railing that was like, it was a railing, and then it was a drop, and then it was the ocean. It was, you know, it was seaside things, and I was stood on the not on the railing. I was leaning on the railing. The rest of my family was sort of walking away, and some random crackhead just came and stood next to me, and my mum turned around and shouted like, "Brett, get here!" And I was like, "It'll be fine." I listened to her and came to her, but in my head I was like, "I'll be fine." But like looking back on it, I was like, no, I was definitely about to have my hole was about to be 3 times bigger. It was my holiday was about to be a whole lot worse. How many have I got to? I'm gonna go back up and before I take on that boss, because I don't like that boss. That was I know I've told that before, but you know, no druggie would waste heroin on a teenager. But that's the thing. He may have been the guy who just had drugs. He may not have been a druggie. Like, he may have been one of those people that just walks around injecting people with like needles that have like hepatitis in it. I may have come out with some like weird disease just because this guy wanted to give it me. He may have like, what if he jabbed a needle in me, yeah, took out some of my blood, cloned me, then you trained that clone to be a criminal, and had that criminal commit all kinds of like thefts, and then suddenly, like in like Barcelona or whatever, and then I'm suddenly got Interpol after me because the police find out that I'm actually an Englishman and I don't live in Barcelona, and so they think that I've been traveling to Barcelona to commit crime. And what if that was to happen? I got no defense against that, other than the fact that I stream, but honestly, they probably wouldn't really care too much. I think Interpol probably care more about the fact that they have hard evidence that I was in Barcelona, like, committing crimes. That's the kind of thing that you gotta be concerned about when just random people stand next to you on the street. That's... inventory. How many runes will this give me? I need 2,000. That's looking good. I need a few more. Let's use 2 of these. See where that gets me. Most sane conspiracy theorist. I'd love to live in the, like, I'd love to have the brain of a conspiracy theorist. They live in such a it's not healthy, and it's actually generally dangerous to society, but they just seem to have so much, like, whatever goes on in their head just seems so fun. Like, they live in a world of their own. Like, they're not worried about, like, the actual problems in the world, because they're just scared that they're gonna get kidnapped by, like, lizard people and sold onto, like, Little St. James 2 or whatever. They live in such a they live in ignorant bliss, I think. Oh. They live in an ignorant bliss on the world, where they just make the world seem like it's a whole lot worse than it is. And I just think that that's like that's fun. Which lips are you talking about? Legally, I'm not allowed to say. Legally, I could get in trouble if I answer that question. So I'm not going to. Oh shit! When I get everyone's like signed, when I get everyone's age verified by the government, once I've seen everyone's ID, then I can answer that question. I think I might start requiring people to provide me with like a driver's license or proof of ID to watch my streams. You send me your birth certificate. Good, that's good enough. I don't really understand how birth certificates... Oh, hello! Where did you come from? I don't really get how birth certificates can be considered proof of ID, because they can, to an extent, but not overly. But I had to provide proof of ID before I had a driver's license, and they accepted my birth certificate. And it's like, there's nothing about my birth certificate that proves that I am who I am. It's just an old piece of paper. Like, it's got a load of watermarks on it, but there's nothing about those watermarks that make me go, yeah, those couldn't have been done by, like, just a regular printer. Shall I show you for my birth certificate? I've got it on my shelf somewhere. Shall I prove that I am who I am? Oh. Ow. Actually, can I... Oh no, I should probably do it two-handed if it's going to break like that. This boss isn't too difficult if I'm not, if I'm not incorrect. I just got to be... Alright, there we go. I was thinking this was going to be a different boss, so that's why I very briefly was like, oh, I don't like this boss. This isn't, obviously it's not, any boss is not a good boss, but this is not the boss I thought it was going to be. There we go. I thought it was going to be one of those big, there we go. I thought it was going to be one of those big, like, meteorite dog things. Do I have it framed? Yes. There we go. I got it framed, and I keep it on hand just in case anyone needs to prove that I'm actually British. It happens fairly frequently. People can knock on the door and go, "Are you British?" And I have to bring it down and show them that I am in fact British. They don't really take the fact that I pronounce British as evidence, which I would, honestly. Anyone who pronounces British or water as water, I think that just automatically just makes you British. I don't actually know where it is, but it's up there somewhere. It's over there. I'm not going to show off my birth certificate, as much as I think it would be funny to accidentally dox myself by showing off my birth certificate. I'm not going to show off my birth certificate. I'm gonna get my name legally changed to Bread, and then I'll show off all my documentation. Well, these fancy little guys around. All right, I just got the miner's bell. Well, that's what I went in there to get. I went into there to get the miner's bell, which I can use to. I can't need to wait to lose aggro. I wanted to get that so I can buy. Come on, let me teleport away. So I can use that to buy the stones to be able to upgrade my weapons. Without the trust from those you love. There we go. Buying stones with miner spell. Not that kind of miner. My surname will be TV. No, my surname will be... No, yeah. No, well, no, because you can't... That would be like... That's an acronym. It'd have to be television. So I'd have to have my first name be Endless, my middle name be Bread, and then my last name be Television. Actually, I think my first name would be Endless Bread, but hyphenated. Oops. I think that's what it would have to be. Oops. It'd have to be Endless hyphen Bread, and then my last name would be Television. TV. So I need more of these. How many of them can I buy? Enough. But I don't know if I actually need 16 of them. Just buy that many. And then how many of the... I've got 17 of the second ones, so I can go and upgrade a little bit. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a normal thing to do. Some people do just change their name to like anything. There's not really anything stopping you, is there, from changing your name to whatever you want? In the UK, I think, at least. Your name is very exotic. Where are your parents from? Well, I'll have you know, they came from the internet. My parents raised were raised me on the internet, and they were also raised. That's the thing. I feel like we're gonna get more people being born with stupid names nowadays. Do you think? Oh, do you think this is a strange thought? But do you think that there will be a uptick in? The show has been out for long enough now that I think we would have noticed by now. But do you think there'll be an uptick in people being called like Eren? And do you think there might be like a few people more people called like Armin because of how big Attack on Titan was? Then again, like Dragon Ball was pretty big, and there's not many people out there called Goku. So yeah, like Elon Musk kid. Elon Musk has like 8 children. He keeps finding new ones to show to the world. I don't know where he keeps getting them from, but like every week you seem to hear about a new child that Elon Musk has. I don't know where he keeps getting them from. Where do I want to go? I think... I know I want to... Nah, Barry. I'm thinking too hard. Let's just go somewhere. Elon Musk's... I would hate to be Elon Musk's child, but mostly because, like, you're the child of one of the most hated people on the planet. Every week, I'm reminded, either by someone else or just by myself, about just how much I don't like Elon Musk. Hate for a reason he's also, he is. Don't worry, I wasn't saying that it was unjust. I wasn't saying that he was unjustly hated. I hate him. There's nothing about Elon Musk that makes me go, wow, that's cool. He's a cool guy. Maybe like 10 years ago, it was some of the things that he was doing was like, was interesting. But nowadays, it's just, you just kind of realize just how, just much of a man-child he is. It was funny when you used to see him and Grimes having matching anime profile pictures from that Araimu anime, or Araimo. But you realize that he's like 56, and it's like, Elon, what are you doing with your life? You're like the richest man on the planet, and you're just spending it doing like pissing about. Just do what other rich people do, and just go and live on a yacht, and just go around the world doing nothing. Like, you don't have to spend your time being a dickhead on the internet. I also like just how much, I like how much places like Reddit turned on him. Reddit used to be an absolute fucking Elon Musk jerk-off-a-thon. But now, Reddit hates him. Who will stop him? There's only one man, I think, who is capable of stopping Elon Musk. And he's a man of humble origins. And he's very much not the man you would think is the one to take on Elon Musk. But I think it's about time. When the world needed him most, he came out of hiding. And that's right, I'm willing to take up the mantle. I will take on Elon Musk. I will take him on in hand-to-hand combat. Is Zuckerberg and Musko still fighting? Is that still something that's happening, or did Musk back out? Because I know Zuckerberg is like actually a trained fighter. Zuckerberg like spends all his time learning how to fight, and Musk knew that and was like, oh no. Elon's Musk said no. Wait, did I say Elon's Musk? I meant Elon's mum. Elon's Musk told him no. I couldn't beat a 50s fridge. Diet's right, 50s fridges were built different. They had to have special PSAs out there to stop kids climbing in them because they didn't have a way of getting out once you got in. Like, fridges in the 50s were terrifying. They had to have PSAs that were like, all right, kids, if you go out and play in the nearby trash heap, just make sure you don't climb in any fridges, because you do know you can't get out. They lock from the outside. Elon's Musk. Jesus Christ. Stealing donations from the Cumsars Trust. A cum smoothie, gulped smoothly. I can't remember the rest of it. PSAs didn't work. Kids kept dying until they redid the doors. But they probably didn't work. But at the same time, I would have hoped that they would fix the doors, because that is a stupid design. The late abortion machine, aka the fridge. I'm ignoring these two gusty gardens up here. I'm just not gonna bother. Built like a fridge means nothing unless it's a 50s fridge. That's true. They were like made of lead as well. I watched the what's it called? The documentary Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. I watched that, and I saw just how much they could survive. They put Harrison Ford in one of those fridges and blasted him with a nuke, and he survived. So, I'm pretty certain that it's they were made out of like just pure titanium. Where do I want to go? Is there anything for me to grab up there? There's a lot of mini bosses around here that I'm just not gonna fight, because like that's 2 tree sentinels, and I never beat the first tree sentinel. There's another one that spawns here, not tree sentinel, but another mini boss. Diet. Oh, there's a big boss over here that spawns that I might go and kill. Oh, if I kill this guy... I say guy, this is very much not a guy. This thing might give me something useful. Does that kisser have a last name? Yeah, it's Kisser. His first name is The, and his last name is Kisser. Is there a chest here? Yeah. You're right. What is this? Why is this thing not aggro? There we go. Now it's aggroed on me. Do I... Oh, no, don't stand next to that. Oh, fucking get up. Don't hurt my horse like that. Go. Might not be the best idea for me to fight this thing. I'll be honest. Can I open this? I'm in combat, so maybe not, but... Oh, I can. What's in here? Don't mind me. Oh, a giant hammer. I'm thinking... Oh. Part of me wants to switch to a giant hammer build at some point, but I don't know, like, how much I actually want to. Or was it got? Oh, it's there. I don't think I can beat this. I don't actually think I'm strong enough to beat this. I hate these guys. These guys are everywhere. There's like 17 of these bosses in the entire game, which is another reason why Elden Ring doesn't hold up as much, is because they have like the most bosses out of any game ever, yet 90% of them are just this or tree sentinels. Is there a dexterous giant hammer? I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Ow! Ah, cock. Well, I'm dead. I'm not fighting that. I am not prepared to fight something such as that. One thing I did want, I would have loved, so you know during Dark Souls, my Dark Souls 3 playthrough, I used the Executioner's sword, which was just like a sword, like just a great sword, but with like the top of it cut off. I'd love if there's something like that. There is one in this, I think somewhere, I don't know where, but there is one similar to that, but it's like massive, it's like a giant weapon, and I don't actually really like them. And so I'm a little bit disappointed, because I kind of wanted to use, like, something like that. You know what, I might not come up here just yet. Oh, what's down there? I'm going over there instead. I want to see what this cave is. I've changed my mind about how quickly I'm going through this game. I'm going through it quick, but I'm not gonna do what I planned to do, which was just go from boss to boss. So according to someone else, you know, War Thunder is easier on controller than it is on keyboard. Didn't see you say that, Rocket. Has anyone tried that? Has anyone tried to play War Thunder on controller? That sounds like a lie. Whoever said that sounds like they're lying to you. I briefly tried to play Air, a long time ago. I tried to play Air like RB or whatever. It was probably Air AB knowing me, but I did try it on controller and it didn't really feel right. I think you probably can map it to play more like a traditional flight game, but you know. Well, to be fair, a lot of people do play on controller because a lot of people play on console. I know a significant amount of people do play on console, so it can't be impossible. What's that? What just fell out the sky here? Oh, golden rune. Golden rune just fell out the sky. You only use controller to play Sim. The only time I've ever considered playing with the controller is if I was to try playing it in VR. Because that's the only way that it kind of... Well, you kind of have to play. Oh yeah, it is. I wonder... Wait, was there anywhere I could go over here? No, there wasn't. But yeah, I did consider... you kind of have to... Like I said, you kind of have to use a controller to play VR because you have to use the VR controls. But the game does not work in VR. VR is very much an afterthought for Gaijin, which is fair. You don't have to put it in. It's a cool. It's just fun that we got it. However it is, it's just very much a not fun way of playing. Go. You use a HOTAS. Is that one of those? Is that like a flight stick and joystick setup? I don't know why I said flight stick and joystick. It's the same thing. Da, da, da. Does Air Sim... I've never played Air Sim. Does Air Sim not allow you to use like the usual flight controls, like War Thunder flight controls, like just the point and shoot kind of method? Or is it just more of a... Here we go. Is it just more of a personal preference thing? If you're playing Sim, you might as well play it in a more simulatory way. Come on, stop hitting me. Stop trying to hit me. Stop it. There we go. I've never played Air Sim. Like I said, It's not my kind of thing. Sim mode just on its own is not really my kind of thing. I like not being able to accidentally kill my friends, because I feel bad when I do that, and especially just how frequently while playing the game I misidentify the tanks that I'm shooting at. It's usually not a problem because, you know, at the point where it's actually a thing to worry about. Sorry, when I'm actually misidentifying them, it's usually at top tier.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Hi, Rusty. You're the second Rusty I've seen recently. But I used I forgot what I was saying. Something about me. Oh yeah. At top tier, I'd often get things like confused. Like I'll see like a Chinese vehicle and think it's like the French AMX or something. Which is, if I was playing Sim, would potentially get me a kill steal, like a friendly kill. There's a second one. How can they? I know. They appeared yesterday out of thin air. Honestly, when I saw someone by the name of Rusty, I just immediately thought that maybe it was like a second account of yours, and I was a little bit confused because it's not the first time that someone has joined, has made a second account because they've lost the first one or whatever, and they've just made it a slight variation on their already established name. But yeah, also you got things like the Swedish T80U, which is like if you're playing against the Soviet Union as Sweden, and it's like, what am I like? What are you supposed to do? There we go. I remember this place being a little bit dodgy. Oh, smithing stone. I didn't actually. Yeah, I didn't intend to get. I didn't know that was here. I've just been wandering around. Actually, I think I'm gonna go back up here because there's something on the way down that I want to get. I need to get a couple more games into War Thunder today. I wasn't too sure if I wanted to play War Thunder on stream today because I've got to get the staff today. Well, for today and yesterday, but I've gotten most of it. I did most of it yesterday. I've just got a little bit left to do. This. Never mind. I think I know what I need to do. I need to do a sprint jump. Bet Swedish people get eye cancer when they see fully assembled furniture get delivered. It's great. IKEA furniture, flat pack furniture is great. You know what? I don't understand. It's like a common meme for people to be like, it's a fairly common joke for people to get annoyed at IKEA furniture, and I have no idea how people get annoyed at it. It's so easy to put together. That's the whole purpose of it. I've had I love IKEA furniture. It's like the best. You can go to IKEA with like 150 quid and then come like make your way home and you've got like you've got furniture for your entire house. It's great. And because it's all flat pack, you can fit it on the back of your car no matter how big your car is. Oh. Don't really know why the wall just disappeared like that. I didn't attack it. I know, IKEA, to be fair, you are right. IKEA furniture can get expensive. My desk is IKEA furniture and it's pretty expensive. But then again, it's a fancy desk, so it's a little bit different. But it's still great. It's cheaper than buying like it's cheaper than going to like to go into a place and buying like a full oak dining dinner set, you know. It's like you don't really need to go to it. You don't really need that. You can just go to IKEA and just get just a table and a chair. Da, 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 da. You got a notification from the RAF Instagram as a typhoon flew over you. They know. See, that's why you shouldn't follow them. They know too much about you. They're using that to collect information. You better be afraid. The RAF are gonna try and are gonna be up to something. They're gonna be recruiting you as an engine cleaner. Your job. The only thing you do is you climb into the engine like a Victorian chimney sweep. You climb in with one of those like large chimney brushes. Can you jump over here? You can, can't you? Yeah. You're surrounded by these ball things that explode. Do you think you could award a Ford Fiesta or a Fiesta, that whatever that word is? I mean, you might be able to, but you don't get the satisfaction of putting together a flat pack, fucking thing. I like putting furniture. I like putting these together, and it's like Lego for adults, isn't it? Buying furniture from IKEA. It keeps me entertained for a few hours. You want to join the RAS as soon as you're old enough? Fair enough. Get in now. Join as the. I think the US, not the US. I think the UK Army. Well, any of the Great British armies, any of His Majesty's armed forces. Oh shit! I think they should. I think they should start going back to how it was back during like the Napoleonic era, where they would just hire children to be like ammunition carriers and things on boats. I think that'd be entertaining. I think that could solve a lot of problems in the world. Just bring back the old system where every ship would have an army of small boys on there that would run around carrying. They're called like powder boys or something. They just run around carrying bags of high explosive. One of the British would make a great army. Hey, we got a perfectly serviceable army. It's great. Da-da. Imagine a 6-year-old carrying around missiles for the Eurofighters. Yeah, that'd be a jacked 6-year-old. Shit, that'd be a 6-year-old that's terrifying. Just rolling it around on the deck of the Queen Elizabeth, you know. Where am I? What's this? Oh wait, is this where I think it is? Oh, well, we're fighting this now. Never mind. Sure. What are you? I don't know if I ever really knew how to fight this guy back in the day. Ah. Okay, he doesn't seem... He uses, like, gravity magic. Doesn't seem that scary. What is that? I was gonna say, doesn't seem that scary, but... Oh. Got a little hit on? Yeah, it's not that bad. He's not doing that much damage to me. Still worrisome, but not that bad. Seems like I can probably stun lock him to an extent. Well, maybe not stun lock him. There's not much in this game that you can straight up stun lock. You do that. Sure, you know, works for the Ministry of Defense and is working on a boat. You found photos of the boat, even though it's classified. Well, did you find it on the War Thunder forums? Is that where you found it? I don't know. We had like classified boats, or is it like just things? Is the boat itself known, but like the interior is classified? I feel like it's quite hard to hide an entire boat. Ow. Go. shit. I'm on TikTok. But he was the one posting them. He's another one of those KGB spies that they forgot to deactivate. Come here. There we go. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? No, I ain't happy yet. There's a. Oh wait, there's no reason for me to be down here. Oh wait, I got the miner's bell, so but I got no reason. I don't think I'm ever going to come down here. Oh, I know somewhere I can go. Sorry, I've completely forgotten there's something that I need to do. There's a whole like element of the game that I haven't taken part in. Every time you defeat a boss, you get a great rune, and you can use that to you can use the great rune to get like a special power. And the one that you get off the first major boss is just an all-round, just you're now stronger. So I need to go and do that. So let's go and do that, just because that will help. Not there? No, yeah, it is there. So I need to go here. A warning: don't be like a crow. Don't follow colourful shiny things. Why not? There's one right in front of me. What about this? Why shouldn't I follow this colourful shiny thing? This shiny thing is drawing me in. I can't help but follow it. See, look, nothing bad happened. I followed it. In fact, only good things came from that. I can be very easily swayed by colourful shiny things, I'll be honest. Don't mind me. Just gonna pass past here. Like you throw like you show me a room full of like rubies and gems, and I'm gonna go and run into it and see and try and fill my pockets. Useless drifting. Come on, leave me alone. You get off of things. Oh, I'm kind of Johnson myself here. Keep running. I can be very easily distracted. I had a rock collection when I was younger that had like I had like some ruby in that. Honestly, it doesn't even have to be a ruby. You could just get like the cartridge for Pokemon Ruby and show me that, and I'll probably get distracted by it. Because to be fair, if anyone's ever seen the cartridges for Pokemon Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire, they're very nice looking cartridges. You can't try that. Or no, okay. Up. There's also a big scary thing over here that I want to ignore. I went through a significant portion of my first playthrough without knowing that this was here. I like it when like game cartridges used to just be like different colors. Do I have any? No, I don't. But like, wait, do I? No. I was wondering if I had the like the golden version of not Twilight Princess, the golden copy of Ocarina of Time for the N64. But like, you know, game cartridges used to just look cool. I think I had a bootleg version of like Pokemon Ruby. Actually, it may not have been bootleg. And now that I know how those game cartridges work, it may have just been an old it may have just been that the cartridge was like had ran out of battery, because those old like Game Boy games. Old Game Boy games used to, well, they still do. They didn't update it. But the way that Game Boy games worked is that they had a little battery inside it, and that's how saving worked. And so once that battery drained, you could no longer save. And so I remember I really wanted Pokemon Ruby back in the day, and I managed to get my dad to buy it me off eBay. And when it arrived, I played it for a bit, and it just didn't save. It just wouldn't save. And so for a long time. Like we told the guy, we're like, hey, it's not saving, and he sent me another one. And for a while, I just assumed that was because the game was bootleg. But now thinking about it, it probably wasn't a bootleg game. It was probably a perfectly like, it was probably a, you know, an actual game. It just, the cartridge's battery had ran out. But there you go. That's my little. That's my lesson on old gaming technology. If you've ever got a Game Boy Advance or Game Boy Color and it won't save anymore, the battery's probably dead, and you either have to you have to learn how to fix that, replace that, or just say it sucks to suck and not be able to save your game, or hope you're playing one of those really old, not even really old. Playing one of those like old shovelware games from like the Incredibles game or the Finding Nemo game that forewent or had foregone the ability to save and just continued using a password system, which was weird. And was also the reason that I never actually beat either of those games, because I'd always play them for a little bit, get to a point, write down the password, but then never forget where I wrote it down. Maybe I should play through all of Incredibles on the Game Boy Advance on stream. Same with the Power Rangers game. Here we go. Yep. I actually think I need to do this, but give me some extra health, I think. I won't. Will it? Yeah, I did. I won't have to use a flask. But yeah, that's my lesson on retro gaming. Just in case anyone was wondering. I used to love my Game Boy. My Game Boy was like my favorite thing ever. I had the old clamshell one that had the tribal design on it. I don't have it anymore. I don't know what happened to it, but they're really expensive. The Castlevanias were pretty good at Circle. I've never played a Castlevania game. I played Metroid Fusion. I played Metroid Fusion on my Game Boy. I was very young when I had my Game Boy, and so I didn't actually beat like any game. I remember I used to take my Game Boy to church with me and have my friends at church play it, like beat the games for me. I never beat Metroid Fusion, but have I beaten it now though? Did I ever beat it like as an adult, like on a Game Boy emulator? I don't think I did. I don't think I ever really got a Game Boy emulator. I don't think I ever cared about it enough to actually do it. But I used to just get my friends at church to play it. I had someone beat all of Metroid Fusion for me. And which would kind of make you think that, you know, I wouldn't want to, you know, do it, like play it. But it was kind of like a Let's Play before Let's Plays were a thing. I just sit and watch people at church play the game for me. I also, like I said, I used to have a, there's a couple cartridges. I probably still have them, to be honest. Where would they be? I have no idea. But they're probably around somewhere. That I have the cartridges. I have cartridges that had 2 games on them. Like I said, one of them was Incredibles and Finding Nemo. Oh wait, was it No, wait, no. I had the Incredibles was 1 game on the cartridge. The games that I'm thinking about is Finding Nemo and I think, or maybe it was 2 separate games. There's a couple of games I had that were 2 games on 1 cartridge. But I remember I had a Finding Nemo game, which was horrible. I had an Incredibles game, which wasn't actually that bad. It was visually rather interesting. And then I also had a Power Rangers cartridge, and that was 2 games on 1 cartridge. That was great because it had like this weird like quick time events thing. So you know when fighting in Power Rangers, yeah. I don't know how many of you are big Power Rangers heads like me. I'm a big like, I love Power Rangers, definitely. When I used to on old Power Rangers, yeah, I assume it still does it now if Power Rangers is still going. They would fight the guy, they'd fight the enemy, and then the enemy would go, I've been defeated. And then the Power Rangers would be like, yeah. And then the villain would be like, psych, big mode. and they'd just grow bigger, and then they'd have to use their Megazord or Zoid or whatever it was called to fight the big version of the enemy. And the end of every level, you'd have to fight, or every stage, you'd fight the boss as the Power Rangers, and then it would go to like a quick time event where you had to fight as the big robots. I could never get past that bit. I could never get past the I can't remember what they were called, but I can never get past like the first boss because of that. I don't know why I sucked so much at a Game Boy Advance quick time event, because it wasn't a quick time event. Cherno Alpha versus any Power Rangers villain. I don't know what that is. I used to love Power Rangers as a kid. I remember I know that I've definitely mentioned. Oh, fine, I'll look it up. I know that I mentioned that there's a what is this? There was a Power Rangers toy that I had. There was a number of Power Rangers toys that I had as a kid that I have no idea. Like, first of all, I don't know what happened to them. We never got rid of them. Alpha. That's oh, it's Pacific Rim. It's a Jaeger. I've never seen Pacific Rim. I mentioned that there were some toys that the Power Rangers toys that I got that I've tried to look up, and I just cannot find them, and I don't know why. Like, I went on a deep dive trying to find Power Rangers toys, like trying to find the Power Rangers toys that I had. Not necessarily to own them. I don't want to buy them again necessarily, unless it was really cheap. I just wanted to know that they did actually exist, and I wasn't just insane. They probably weren't sold. They were probably thrown in the bin, taken to the skip. Or to the tip, sorry. We don't just have it to skip. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that this Cherno Alpha would definitely just annihilate anything that would come out of Power Rangers. But yeah, that's my Power Rangers rant. It's not a rant. It's just Power Rangers. Who doesn't like Power Rangers? I know what I want to do. It has the original Power Rangers has such a great intro. There was a long time ago. There was the Oxcast did their Christmas live streams, and one of the live streams that they do is one of them that they did do. I don't know if they still do it. Is Hat Films would do a music live stream where they'd make songs, and they would. On one of them, they were pretty late, but when they did start, they opened by just playing the Power Rangers theme, and it was great. It was like the greatest intro to any live stream I've ever seen. What do I need? I need more stones to be able to upgrade my swords more. Over here. I always get lost in here. It's only one. It's like one long corridor, but I still get lost in it. Where have you been hiding? Took you for dead. Oh, I can actually upgrade this a little bit. I need. Let's upgrade this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I'm gonna need 5 more of the 3 one. Okay. 5 more 3, and then we'll work from there. One of my little toe is starting to go numb because of how I'm sitting on it. How much? I need more things for this, don't I? I need to use. Let's use 2 of these. I like. Actually, I didn't have anything to say. I like there. I don't know why I started that sentence. That was a stupid sentence. Purchase. Oh, I can only afford 3 like right now. Fine, I'll use more of these. It's not like I want them for later or anything. There's also another type of toy that I had as a kid that I still don't like. I remember. Did I actually? Yeah, I did. I remember I must have had about 2 of them, but I have no idea what they were or like where to even start looking for them. And it was an old Thomas the Tank Engine. It's an old Thomas the Tank Engine toy, and the whole point of it is it was like an automated track that had this little like grey cart, as in like something with wheels on it, that you turn on and it would just move like that. You put it on a track and it moved, and it would go along the track one way, and it would like pick on its way, it would pick up like the shell of like Thomas, for instance, or whatever it was. It would pick that up, and then it would continue around the track and go along. It would like pick up some balls that like resembled rocks or coal or whatever. It would continue along. It would continue around the track to like go up for a little bit. It would then tip those balls into like a hopper or whatever, and then there'd be like a switch underneath it that would then get flicked, which would then mean that it would then start going back down the track the way it came. It would then reach the center again at the very front. It would then leave the old top bit behind and go into another top bit, and then do the same sort of thing on the other side. And it was like a permanent loop of it just going backwards and forward. And I have no idea what that toy was, but I used to love it. Or at least I think I used to love it. And I have no idea. I've got no idea of just what happened to that. That would just be another one that just ended up getting thrown away. But I'm pretty certain I had more than one of those. Knowing me, I definitely liked it, but got bored of it very quick. Like, I know myself well enough to know that I probably got bored of it pretty quick, but I remember loving it. I used to have like my old little wooden train set as well. That was always a fun little thing to own. So do that and do that. There we go. There we go. Make sure the one in my main hand is the higher one. Yeah, it is. Good. I had a load of random toys. I was a big I was, and it's probably the reason that I've got like a load of random things on my shelf, and like why I've currently got like a little mecha robot sat on my desk staring at me. I was playing with this before the stream. Like, I wasn't really feeling like I was feeling a little bit down before the stream, just as you do, and playing with this like just made me feel happy again. I was sat here playing with it, and I was like, yeah, I was trying to position it so it like sit on top of my webcam and look at me. This little aerial Gundam right here. That's the whole reason I'm streaming today. And but no, I used to love my toys. What was I? Oh yeah, I used to have a forklift. For whatever reason, I used to love, like, I liked farming equipment. I liked diggers, tractors. I always used to love tractors. At least I've been told I used to like tractors. But I used to love, there's a certain toy I had, and one day it just disappeared. And the fact that it just disappeared made me really sad. And I don't know if it's one of those moments where, like, my parents saw me not playing with it and threw it away. And they saw me not playing with it and was like, oh, I don't want that. Let's, let's get rid of it. Let's clear up a little bit. But you know those forklifts that are, like, longer? They've got a long bit. Instead of it just being, like, the front just fork that goes up and down, it's like the fork is on a long arm. You only really see them on farms or in, like, in a few, like, construction projects. I had one of those and I loved it, like a little JCB toy, and I remember absolutely loving that. And then just one day it disappeared. I had no end of cranes as well. Because everyone has one at a point. Yeah, I think all children love farm equipment. I think that's it's a universal truth that children love farm equipment because they're cool. You see a combine harvester going around, and it's got the spinning bit on the front, and it's going around, it's picking up all the crops. It's great. You're rather... The heck? I've never seen... What? Wait, what is that? What are you? What the heck? What? What is this? What? Hello? Why is Margaret here? The fuck? I've never seen this. What the heck? What on earth? Margaret? I didn't... Who? What? I saw that random guy standing there and I was like, what is this? Because I'd never seen him before. Is this... What? I'm confused. I've I mean, I'm glad that I went to sort my swords out. Shit. It's alright. Cock. It's alright. Yo. Ow. I've been up here. I've been up here in my in my other playthroughs, and I'd never seen this. It's all right. Okay. Ow. Hold on. Get out the hole. It's alright. Don't get greedy, not now, you idiot. No. It's alright. Get up. There we go. What was that? Did I experience a vision? What? Oh, I thought... Oh. What? What? I'm confused. I don't know what that was. I mean, you're right, Maya. It's a record number of bosses, but it is all just copies. I did not know that was there. The other thing when you're interested, you know, that your dad had a big John Deere tractor and let you drive it around a forest. That sounds great. That sounds like a child's... I'm only going to say it because I realized how bad it was. I almost said that sounds like a child's wet dream, which is not a sentence you ever want to say. That sounds great. I remember one Christmas getting a crane that was like bigger than me. It was amazing. I used to love that crane. It was like I said, taller than me. It had a remote control on it. Like it actually worked. It functioned like a small, like an actual crane. I used to like shove my teddy bear. Yeah, it came with like a bucket that you could attach. I used to try and cram my teddy bear into it, which was far too big to fit in the bucket, but I wanted to carry my teddy bear around in this crane. It was great. I love that crane. Kids toys aren't as cool. Well, you probably still can get something like that. That's the kind of kids toy that I'd buy again, like now, just because it's funny. It's just cool. You're back from Armor 3. The community's still lovely. That's good. All we need to know just how good the Armor 3 community is. Amazing. Fun fact, cats prefer male owners over female owners. Cats are misogynistic. That's because men have firmer hands, and it allows cats to push against them. Cats love rubbing against like things that like scratching posts, and maybe it's because of all the calluses that men have on their hands that cats love so much. My cat's taken to coming into my room now. Just throughout the whole year, she seems to cycle around where in the house she wants to be, depending on the time of the year. And around when it gets colder around now, around autumn, around winter time, she decides that in the morning it's my room she wants to be in. And I assume that's probably because, actually I don't know why. I have no idea why it's my room. Because my room, like, it's probably because I stay in my bed for the longest, and so the door stays closed and it's warmest, as opposed to like my mum and dad's room where, you know, when they get up they start moving around, which cools the room down a little bit. Like they keep the door open, and so she probably comes into my room where it's warmer. But one thing I do like that she started to do, at the very least, is when she does come into my room, it used to be that she'd come into my room, like obviously she'd pour at my door to get in, so she wakes me up to let her in, and then she used to come into my room and jump on my bed and like you know, annoy me for a little bit, which, you know, it's a cat, she doesn't actually annoy me, but that's just the best way to describe it. And she'd annoy me for a little bit, and then she'd lie down on my bed somewhere, but like usually if I'm lying and these are my legs, these bits here are my legs, this is my feet here, yeah, if my legs are bent like this, she will put herself over here where it's like, yeah, it's the warmest and probably the most protected part, but it means that now I can't move my legs at all, because if I do it that way, it's going to go down and push her and she's going to be annoyed, and if I want to curl it more, I'm going to crush her, and it's like, get out of the way, stop sleeping on my bed, it's annoying, and you're adorable and I love having you around, but you're annoying. But luckily, recently, she's taken to sitting on this chair and just sleeping here, which is nice, because then it means that I get to stay in bed and she gets to sleep in my room, and I get to wake up and see her. Although, it does mean that then I have to, when I wake up and I want to do stuff on the computer, I have to stand up, and it's that I've only just woken up, I don't want to stand. It's probably good to get get the blood pumping in the morning, but it just means that I have to stand up in the because she, you know, I don't want to disrupt her. She's an old lady. I don't want to wake her up, you know. Oh, there's a giants over here. I know where I'm going. I think. Yeah. I was saying that because I just remembered what it is that I have to do, and I was like, oh, I know where I'm going. Cat girls. I like cats. I'm a cat person. The cool thing about cats, yeah. Here's a very slight like a minor theory I have on like why cats are better. Dogs will like you no matter what, yeah. If you adopt a dog, they're probably going to like you, yeah. You adopt a cat, that's not a guarantee. You know, you adopt or even find a cat and you just go, this is my cat now. That cat is not guaranteed to like you. So you know that when that cat does, like, soften up around you and does begin to like you, you know you've done something right. And that's why I like cats more than dogs. There's a boss that spawns here, I think. Yeah, look. What's weird about that boss, if I'm not I might have just gotten pretty bad at triggering it in the past, but I once found that boss, died to it, and then tried to fight it again, and it just never showed up. So I don't know if that's only a boss that shows up once, and if you fail, you fail. Just say I like tsundere. I do like tsundere, but I like cats as well. Actually, no, I don't like tsundere characters. Sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to set to add that. I don't like tsundere characters. They're the fuck. They're not the worst. They're kind of a relic of old anime and manga. You don't really see them as much nowadays. Dogs are not always going to like you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you start like yanking on its tail and like kicking it, it's probably not going to like you then. But it's much easier to make a dog like you, I think. That's later on. I still like cats more. I like cats because they're also very independent. They're independent. They're like ornamental pets, you know. You can just kind of, you can leave them to their own devices and they'll be happy. Oh yeah, but oops. Oh, because that's not. Yeah, it's not right. It's annoying. It's slightly too high because of the rock. Or I hate you, jump on you before you bite you and give you a huge scar. Yeah, then you've got, that's a battle scar. That is. That's bragging rights. See, my dog bit me when he was younger. Oh yeah, my dog bit me when he was younger, and I've got a chunk taken out of my eyebrow, and it's like it's just enough that I know it's there. I think I can't remember which eyebrow it is. I think it's this one. I'm not sure which one it is because the camera's like weird. But my dog, you can't tell. It's like it's a small scar, but I do have a number of scars. Like yeah, I jumped up and I bit onto my face like that. Is a when it was, this was when it was like a young puppy. I say puppy, like he was like in the dog equivalent of his teenage years, I assume. This here is going to be a problem, isn't it? Because it's got that one. It's got shielded legs. Ah. I chat around an angry German Shepherd at the age of like 7. Yeah, and people say German Shepherds are fast. I've never had a bad run-in with dogs. Luckily, the closest I got was the other week when I was down by the canal, and a random dog walked up to me happily, and then stared me up and down for a couple of seconds, then started barking at me for no reason. I don't know why that dog did that. Wait, what, where's my crimson? Where's my flasks gone? Why do I not have any? Never mind. Looks like I'm gonna have to run away from this. Didn't even realize. Looks like I must have never found anywhere to heal after doing the Margaret fight again. You've been attacked 3 times. That's statistically quite a few. Like, that's like that's a statistical anomaly. I mean, depending on how you define attack, but was swarmed by a group of like 8-week-old spaniels. 8-week-old or 8-week-old? I mean, I wouldn't class that as an attack. That's not an attack. Okay. Most people probably quite like the idea of being swarmed by 11 small dogs. But yeah, we've got a we've got a border collie and what I think is a Pomeranian downstairs. They'll just nibble your ears and hands. I love small dogs. Like if I'm ever gonna get, I don't intend to ever get like a pet. Like when I move, if ever I'm in a position to own a pet, I don't intend to ever get one. I don't really, not my kind of thing. Like I said, the only time I'm really gonna do it is if like a stray cat appears at my doorstep. I'd be like, yeah, all right, I'll take in a stray cat. But I'm probably not going to go out of my way to get a pet like a dog. But I think I'd want like a small dog, like a Pomeranian. Having lived with one here, a Pomeranian. I mean, we've had two. I've had 2 Pomeranians, and having lived with those, they're very nice little dogs. They decided they were too tired and fell asleep on you. That sounds adorable. The problem with that many small dogs is that I'm always afraid that if I was swarmed by that many, that they'd all like start like pissing and shitting on me, and I was like, that's gross. I don't want to fight this guy. I want to find the grace site that's nearby. I forgot where it is. Do I want to know the 3 attacks? I mean, it depends on how harrowing they are. Border Collie, what's the rest? Borderline Collie. Like I said, it's but we've got the Border Collie downstairs that bit me when it was younger, and then we had 2 Pomeranians. Although we gave one of the Pomeranians away for some reason. I don't really know why. They're not my dogs at the end of the day. They're I think they're my mum's mostly. But they're mostly my mum and dad's dogs. You like big dogs because with you it looks like a normal dog. I do like bigger dogs, but they're a lot more to look after. You know what I mean? Our smallest dog, the Pomeranian. I say smallest like I've got like 7 dogs. But our smallest dog, which is called Bobby, he will just like, he jumps on the coffee table, so it's no longer a coffee table, it's just where he stands. He jumps on the coffee table downstairs and will like jump up at you, and he's just like really delicate and dainty, like how he just rests his 2 front paws on you and he's jumping up at you. Like, because he's so small and light, it's like when a big dog jumps up at you, they straight up like dig their claws into you, not on purpose. It's just the way that they jump up, and they're heavy and they pull you down. But like with little Bobby, he just like jumps up at you and like will gently rest his paws on you, and it's so cute. And he's just adorable. And like if you come in my room occasionally. And because I've got like clothes and things just lying around, he'll roll around in them. I don't know why. I think he just likes rolling around in things that smell like me. I don't know why he does that. The German Shepherd, the one that bit you, made you go to the hospital. Your dog bit your hand, put a slice down it, and a big dog attacked you on a walk and almost bit you. What kind of area do you live in where you experience dog attacks at a higher than statistical rate? At least I assume that's higher than statistical. I haven't heard of that many dog attacks around where I live. Then again, I don't go outside very often, but I've never seen an enemy do that. How am I? I know there's a grace site over here somewhere, but I don't know. I can't remember where it is, because there has to be one, because there's a boss at the top of here. Most likely Birmingham. Barnet, sex, flower it. I know there's one over here, but that's not anywhere closer. 2 of them were in a house and one was in a field. So it's alright. Berry. I'm just gonna go over here. One over here is one of those. I mentioned it briefly. I think yesterday. That building that's in front of me, it's got a bear just next to it. That is a horrible place to go, because it's like challenge dungeon that you get like some cool looking armor from it, but the actual dungeons themselves are horrible. There's also a massive bear somewhere else nearby as well. But I want to go down here anyway just to unlock it, just in case I decide to do it. Which I might do it now. I got nothing else to do. But yeah, I like cats. Dogs are annoying. They also bark really loud. I like cats because they just kind of... I mean, I think I've seen some people's cats that probably would really annoy me, I'll be honest. Like, as much as I like cats, I can imagine, like, if I had some of the cats that you see out, like, on the internet, some of them look rather annoying. Like, I like having the cat be near me, but when you see those like nighttime videos of people being like, oh yeah, I filmed what my cat does during the night, and it like sleeps on their face, and I'm like, I don't think I'd like that. I think I'm not a light sleeper, but I'm too light of a sleeper. Excuse me. I'm too light of a sleeper to not get woken up by a cat like clawing at my face in the middle of the night, and I think it'd just annoy me. Let's get. Okay, let's just go into Dex again. Oh, I'll fall in love with you. Is this open? No, I don't think it does now. Is this one of the, like, how hot? Oh, it's this one. I don't like this one, and there's nothing. No, I'm not doing this. I don't want to do that one. It's not a fun one. It's not a fun one, and I don't think I care about the armor that it gives me. If I cared about armor, I would have taken this armor off because it's not very good. Like it's light, but I would have been much better wearing something like the Exile armor. All the way through the night. Oh, I've got stuff next to me that I keep catching my. Is that meant to be leaning that way? Yeah, it is. I got a tripod next to me. I was about 2 minutes before I started the stream. I was considering setting up another light to point at me from a different angle, and I never did. I realised I didn't care that much. I got some chocolate orange mini bits. I found these on my floor yesterday. Forgot I had them. They'd been open. They must have fell off my They must have fell off my desk at some point. I forgot that I had them. Send that down just in case I use that as a teleport. Get your camera. You want to see it? I can just move this. Look. It's not. Oh wait, you mean my camera? Go get the camera. Sorry, I can't. It's downstairs and I have to see it. Oops. And it's down. I don't know where it is at the moment. I'd have to bring it up. I'll make sure I've got it, like for next time I stream, just in case. As far as I'm aware, it's just full of Uber Eats to deliver it. I don't trust the Uber Eats in my area. The dodgy. Well, I've never just straight up used Uber Eats. Also because my there's a big bear there. Oh, I probably should have been more aware of that. I mean, I've got an idea of where it is. I just don't want to have to go downstairs and get it. Don't mind this. This is fine. I don't like going downstairs during streaming if I can help it. Not like there's a huge problem with it, I just don't. I mean, from what I can tell, it's a pretty decent camera, but I've got no, like, I'm not a photographer. I've got a feeling I know which camera I want to get. Like, if I'm going to get one for, like, content creation. But I really need, like, an actual reason to be able to justify buying a camera. Because they're expensive. The one I was looking at is like 600 quid. The cheapest I've ever seen it was like 400, and I wish I bought it when it was that cheap, because I've never seen it that cheap again. It was scratched to shit, but from what I can tell, it was perfectly functional. I would not know the name of the camera that's downstairs. I'd have to look on, for the one that I'm thinking of, that I'd have to look at my Amazon wish list. It's one that was like made specifically for content creation, so you know that it's unnecessarily expensive. Nice boy. You re-downloaded Twitch just to see this, but you've made a poor decision. Did you have a Twitch addiction? Could you not stop watching Twitch streamers? Could you not stop giving your money to e-boys on Twitch? And so you had to stop going on it. Yeah, alright. Ba ba da da ba da da. There's not enough storage. How big is the Twitch app? How big is the Twitch app if you didn't have enough storage for it? What is that? Is that a fucking... Is that an ERA copy pasta? Mama got a job, I love my... Oh, forgot about this guy here. Too bad. But yeah, I've been wondering where you've been, Sporty. I thought it was... I thought it was strange that I hadn't been accosted by you in a while. Come here. Shit. Stop it. I hate these little things. Ow. Just leave me alone. Well, I thought it, to be fair, I thought it could have had something to do with the Cinder debacle, but, you know. Come on, come here. He's making loads of music and between storage. Ah, okay. I never really thought about the idea of using, like, your phone to make music. I was always just assumed that that it'd just be too kind of not good. like the using a touch screen to do that kind of thing would just be annoying. I suppose if you want to do it, it's the debate, not the debate. The argument could be if it's something that you want to do, then you know you do it with what you've got. Which, to be fair, goes back to why I don't buy, why I'm not buying an expensive camera to do Twitch streaming on, is because you know you do what you can with what you've got. If you can make, if you're not, sorry, just having expensive equipment doesn't make you good at what you're doing. Can you climb out of here? Have I got to just collect these and leave? Can I go through here? No, okay. It just wants me to grab that and go. Let's just leave. Let's, oh, bugger off. Did that work? Oh, it worked. Never mind. That'll do it. Is the music creation going well? Are you rich and famous yet? Is your name up in lights? I don't really know. I'm not too concerned. Oh, I'm not too concerned with collecting too much grave wart because I'm not using my spirit ashes. The moment that I learned that you could upgrade spirit ashes made this game even easier as well. Because when I first played through it, I used, like I said, I've used the mimic. I used the mimic spirit ash and then used katanas, which were very powerful. But then in subsequent playthroughs, I learned that you could upgrade the spirit ashes, and so I just made that like stupidly powerful. Super famous. I knew you would be. I knew you'd be. Your name will be up in lights if it isn't already. We're gonna see your face up on the big advertisements. In I always said Station Square. I can't remember the Times Square. That's it. Station Square is the hub world for. It's one of the hub worlds for Sonic Adventure 1. You'll be also, is this? Yeah, look at him in the corner there. Come on. You'll be making beats for Drake. No, you're gonna be the next DJ Khaled. Khaled. DJ Khaled. That's close enough. Come on. What's in here? There's this guy there. And there's one on the other side as well. You're gonna start in the middle of like random songs. I'm just gonna hear someone shout "Sporty K." Come on. Ah, piss. Is there another one on this side? No, there ain't. Yeah. Shit. Hup. Hit. 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 Oh. That's not what I expected him to be doing. Get up. Doing it again. Come on. There we go. Forgot what the boss is of this little area. Okay. Get that. Grab that. Good, good. Pull both my swords out. I'm just doing this because I what I wanted to do. Wait, is it in here that I was? No, okay. No, what I'm looking for is the lever to open the door to the boss. I was just kind of forgetting that. This place is just a bit of a maze. I remember having a little bit of difficulty in here. Fun fact, all babies have a default dance. What, like if you start playing the music, they will just start jamming out? Is it the same for every child? Is every child the same? Well, I think this is around where I need to be. Or does every child just do the default dance? Is that why it's called the default dance? That's the worst part. You know, I mean, it's probably better than, like, to be fair, it shows that humans have an affinity for music. It's from the day they're born. Could be worse. The child could be doing, like, Gangnam Style. Every child could just be walking around refusing to let Gangnam Style die. All the skating babies vid. All babies are intrinsically very good skaters. They can all do a kickflip. You hate if on character creation you got to assign the class. Yeah, when there's actually, yeah, it's a everyone gets assigned one of the many different dancers. Right, there's that. Let me do whatever it is I need to do here. Can I? How close? 2,000? Might be able to do that. No, wait, no, here. I wanna. I don't know the name of any Fortnite dancers. There's one that I'm thinking of, but I don't know the name of it. I don't even know how you do it, and I ain't gonna do it on stream because that's cringe. I need a couple of 300 more. No, not that, but I would hate both the L. I would also hate the gritty. I'd hate either of those. Maybe it isn't a Fortnite dance actually. I don't know what it is. Actually, I think I know. I think I know where I can find it. Give me a sec. I want to find it now. Now that I'm thinking about it. Where? Who am I looking for? Was it on this guy's channel? Who is it? What's the guy's name? Actually, it might not be. It's either in. Give me a sec. I'll find it, maybe. And if I don't, well, obviously I won't. No. Yeah. No. Yeah, here, okay. Give me a minute. I found the video. I'm just trying to find where it is in here. It's an Abroad in Japan video. Just letting you know. Here we go. Is it? No, that's not it. I mean, I'm scrubbing through it. If I can't find it, I'll give up. Is it here? Let me have a look. Let me just bring chat back up so I'm not ignoring anyone. Doctors say you're the illest because you're suffering from realness. I think you're suffering from success. What are you doing to helicopters in Ground Sim? Leave them alone. What have they ever done to you? Like they're harmless creatures. Helicopters wouldn't hurt anyone. Yeah. Give me a sec. I've already lost it. Here, this. Let me make sure there's nothing on screen that you don't need to see. This, what Connor's doing here. That. Wait for it. That. That's what I want my default dance to be. You know, if you if you click and hold on a YouTube video, it plays it in double time speed. I don't know why, but I found that the other day by accident. But you can play a video at double time speed if you click on it. You can't do it in reverse by holding right click. I just thought you might want to know that, just in case that's useful. You're suffering from making insane royalties. That's impressive. Does it also work with phones? I don't use my phone, so I wouldn't know. Actually, I think I may have... No, I didn't know that. Now I do. No, it's for senpai. Also, it's weird to say when I'm decades younger. It is, considering you would technically be mine. Actually, no. Well, it depends. Maya, are you a Twitch streamer? Or a content creator? Oh wait, I need to actually use the level that I just did. If you're if Get your hand off my penis! If you're a Twitch streamer and or content creator, then it would be the way around. You're just naturally funny. Okay, I understand. That makes sense. See, it doesn't come naturally to me. I have to try and force it until it works. Da 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 da. Oh, is this? Oh, wait. Is this the one? No, they don't explode. Going on. Ah. I think all these little jars disappear when I do that. When I kill this guy, so I don't think I have to fight. I don't have to worry about it. You think you've streamed once, maybe years ago? Then I am technically a senpai, because as far as I'm aware, it's not about age in that instance. It's about experience in what it is you're doing. Well, although Japanese people do take age into account, and to be fair, if you're older, that just means that you're better in Japan, but the idea of being a senpai just means that you're more experienced in something. So if two people could be doing the same job, but an older person could join second to a younger person, and just because that younger person has been there for longer, they are more experienced. But yeah, I mean, it's weird that you, Maya, a 72-year-old man, are watching me, a 24-year-old man. That's the weird part. Any progress in Lord Mobile? I don't know what that means, but plenty of progress. Well, a little bit. Some. No, well, actually, no. It's my dry British humour. I wouldn't say, is there really any? Have I been being funny this whole time and no one's told me? I don't really think I've got any. I don't really think I try that. Do anything like that. Da, 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 da. Or is it just one of those things? Is it just the privilege of being British? Is people just think you're funny because you're British, because you sound weird? Never said it was funny. You know what? You are true. That is true. Where is it? There's a thing around here. I know there is. Is it over here? Or is it back up here? It can't be back up there because I just went up there and it wasn't up there. My humor's nice enough way because I accept wanking in the chat. I mean, I'd prefer it if you weren't wanking in the chat. That's gross. But that's not really my humor. That is just me, you know, not saying no to the wanking. Wait, have I got... I don't want to fight... I know I've got the ability to fight this guy. Likely they'll pay... You know what? Do I want to fucking... Don't panic. Call me and I'll tell you a joke. Do I want to use a map to try and just find this? Because it's annoying me. Because it's the fucking... I know it could be cheating, but honestly, I looked up the word map and it did not help. Using this to try and find a this map is hideous. There's so much shit. Oh, there isn't. I'm just an idiot. There isn't one nearby. Never mind. There's not. Oh, is there a... Oh, there's a stake. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm forgetting that. I can't stop you. I'm not going to stop you. Da, da, da. I mean, I still play War Thunder, and I probably will play Sea of Thieves again at some point. You know, they're just both pretty boring games. Sea of Thieves is a game that I can play like once every like couple of months because you realize that there's not actually much going on in Sea of Thieves. Go. And War Thunder just makes me unnecessarily annoyed, and that isn't fun for me. I like War Thunder's fine to play on my own because then I don't have to... Ow. Because I can... if I'm starting to get annoyed, I can just stop playing for a little bit. When I'm playing War Thunder on like my own, I will sometimes just sit in the main menu not doing anything for a while, like watching YouTube or whatever, before coming back to play another game. You can't really do that when streaming. You kind of have to just keep going. You don't have those moments where you can just spend some time doing something else. Okay. Ah. Go. Shit. I always fucking use that flask to be like, I'm gonna use this so I can get like damage off my next hit and then immediately take damage to like the easiest thing to avoid. And it's like, what was the point? Ah, cock. I haven't even started the second phase of this. I'm already dead. Buy a wyvern and learn to be a piece of shit. I don't want to use a wyvern. Also, what kind of fire-breathing dog is that? That's the hoofed dog. The hoofed dog. I was gonna say cloven feet, but that's a pig. It's the dog. It's the hoof. It's the dog with hooves. Alright, here, grab this. Can I? I've never tried to fight this guy on a horseback. I don't know how actually doable it is. Yeah. Also, where's the League of Legends sex toy I built? I've never built a League of Legends sex toy. Because that would be copyright infringement. I would never take part in copyright infringement. That's a crime. Ah, cuck. That wasn't me reacting to the pipe. That was reacting to me being hit by fire. Shit. Don't fucking run into the guy. This is not really the most efficient way of doing this. I don't even think it's... I feel like I'm just delaying the inevitable by playing like this. There we go. Where does the fire even come from if the monster's fire breathing? It comes from glands that create it. Or in some situations, maybe it's magic. It's like in Game of Thrones, they went so far as to give all the horses. They gave all the dragons like little like fire squirters in their mouth. So it kind of is at least real. A lot of them just kind of, a lot of fantasy dragons, it's just like, oh yeah, they breathe fire. I've never, like I said, I've never actually watched Game of Thrones. I've just seen like screenshots, just like images of the dragons having little fire breathing holes in their mouth. They're not horses, they're dogs. What isn't a dog in this day and age? Everything can be a dog if you think hard enough. To be fair, horses are a lot like dogs. If you ever see the way horses act and the way that dogs act, they're not too dissimilar. Oh, I don't think it's going to work now. Ow, I was in the air. You didn't hit me, you coward. Right. Oh, come on. That was not... You didn't hit me. You can dodge roll through the fireball, can you? I don't know why I doubt that. That sounds like something you can do. He's got a 5k zero death game in the BMP2M because the BMP2M is great. I didn't forget about splash damage. I just refused to accept splash damage. Alright. Do I want to fight this guy on a horseback? Not really. Yeah. Ugh, I hate the fire on this thing. I've had... Oh yeah, you can. Shit. Okay. Fireball. Oh yeah, that makes the fireballs a lot easier to deal with. They were always annoying because sometimes they just fucking... They just hit... Sometimes they go through you, and then other times they hit the floor in front of you. Which make it rather annoying. Being able to just dodge through it kind of negates that, I think. Yeah. Oh, I hate this phase. And that. See the floor, look at the floor. Good. I have a bomb because I don't use them because they're not good. I don't need them. I need a sword. Not some petty gunpowder. Ow! Fuck off! There you go. I'm not gonna beat it this time. Yeah, you're not allowed to use that word anymore. This isn't the 1940s. Fuck off, I dodged! Oh, I get that funny feeling. Check GM, I will once I've beaten this. Did I choose the right one? I think I did. They were overdue. Okay, grab that. Oh. Why did you not hit him? Why did you just put your sword away? Hit him. I pressed both buttons. Hit. Yeah, the being able to just dive through the fire is very useful. Well, unless you're an idiot. Come on, over here. Stop being in the corner like a prick. You fucking... Stop it! Don't roll into it. Come on, stop being annoying. Is this guy immune to bleed? Because I feel like I haven't gotten any bleed, unless it's just taking me too long to do anything to him. You can't believe I... Did you really think you wouldn't be able to? This game is definitely something that you could... That's something you could. In all Dark Souls games, you have invincibility frames. Meaning that during that moment, you cannot get damaged by anything unless there's like things that have like a special flag on it, maybe. Hey. Stop using that like 6 times in a row. Hit me once, have a predictable pattern like every boss in every other game ever. Fuck off. Dead. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Okay. Good. This would be a whole lot easier if the attacks, if I knew when certain attacks were coming. Like that attack is fucking shit. Everything about this game is shit. I hate this game now. Like fuck.
There is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock.
Grind some levels. Where? I don't want that. That's boring. Fighting bosses is fun. You just gotta finish Ace. Congratulations. Grinding is boring. I don't like grinding on stream because you don't get anything done. Because I go and grind for like 4 hours, then I come back to fight one boss. What was that for?
This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
No, I want to touch her. Da, 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 da. I don't mind the leveling system. I don't mind the leveling system because I like it in games like Dark Souls. In Dark Souls and Bloodborne, it's fine because the game is structured in such a way that you go through very obvious areas that you do take out enemies as you're on your way to the next boss. So by the time you get to the next boss, you've probably leveled up enough to the point where you know you probably are able to fight the boss, you know. The problem in this game is that it's so open world and there's no structure to the way that you're going that you never know. There's no obvious areas to go to be like, okay, this is where I've got to go to grind, or this is, you know, all the enemies that I have to fight. You have to go out of your way to find the extra bits. Yeah. Oh, fucking. That's just coffin dance. Hold on. I haven't got volume control on my phone, so it's really fucking loud. Hold on. Ugh. On my phone case. On my phone case, there's meant to be buttons there. You can't really tell. Meant to be rubber buttons that control the volume, but they've come off, so I can't reach the buttons. There we go. I can barely reach them, but at least I can turn it down so it's not going to break my eardrums. Spotty, I'm listening to it, as you might be able to hear when I'm talking. I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan. I feel like I'm being like chased and I'm about to be executed by some kind of techno hit squad. There's too much going on for my liking. I don't want to. Also, I don't want to take the case off because the case is. Wait, I might actually be able to reach them just about if I cram my fingers in there. How much am I doing on levels? That, okay. Let's go over here. Fuck it. That at the concert, the audience would trip up. They are not my Christmas still like it, but the bar. And go over here. You're right. Are you gonna give how much fucking thing? Did I ever finish this game? Yeah, I've finished this game before. I've played this game a few times. I've finished it twice. I finished it twice, but both times I've used I've used Spirit Ashes and Summons, and I want to try beat it without using them if I can. It makes the game. I've always used the pick up the item. I've always used the Mimic Spirit Ash or like just any other Spirit Ash to like tank the boss for me. Which is something I don't mind doing on my own, because I know that I'll never finish the game if I don't when I'm doing it on my own. But I have always wanted to try and beat most of the bosses with as few, like, just as God intended. It's a game that I've never... I'm very much want to the moment that I start struggling, I very much want to try and make it easier. And being on stream will keep me from doing that. I know it will. Because I'll feel bad. I'll feel like I'm cheating. Da 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 da. Don't keep doing me. Good night, Salty. I'll watch it later. Who's hitting me? Is it you? Here it is. I don't usually struggle that much when I'm playing games on my own. I've said it before, it's because I'm not very good at streaming. That's where the problem lies. I'm good at games, yeah. Listen to me. I'm good at games, but I'm bad at streaming. And so what ends up happening is when I mix them both together, they both average each other out, and so I just end up not being very good at like at all. Ow! Hit him. What are you doing? Stop that. Oh, I'm not you. I was hoping you wouldn't get involved. Ignoring that one. There we go. Get you. I'm just... Bugger off. Leave me alone. We go. Step walking on the news. Alright. I don't know. I think this guy uses lightning, if I'm not mistaken. You just sent me the song of the summer. It better be so good that it makes me think about the summers of old, when me as a child used to go running through the fields of golden corn and wheat, as me and my friends used to skip merrily along. I would stand at the front of our group and lead us like a general leads his soldiers into battle. We would march along singing our merry tunes. I hope that this song of yours will bring me back to those days. We don't burn this whole house down. Ow. Da, 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 da. Come on. Come on. Over here. There we go. I don't know if I could have done that the whole time, but I've done it now. Which summer? The summer. Oh wait, no, I'm already on you. I hate it. Oops. Are these the sort of songs that you listen? This is power noise. This is the equivalent of that like industrial sound that people listen that like that's like corrupted audio files. What have I done? I almost dropped my phone. It's the sort like it's not my kind of thing. I don't get it. But like those ones it's the type of music that is just aggressive sounds. It's like people take the sound of like an industrial steel extruder and fucking bass boost it. What's this? Oh, it's a skull. Da, 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 da. What do you mean all music is aggressive sound? No, it ain't. You ever listen to Mozart? You ever listen to Chopin? Chopin? Da, 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 da. It hits your eardrums. Yeah, but that's like saying that all touch is aggressive because it triggers your pain receptors. The feeling of touch is your pain receptors flaring up, whether it hurts or not. Ever listen to Debussy? Exactly. I'm a big fan of Debussy. What's going on up here? Listening to Debussy again, are we? Fuck off. Da-da, da-da-da. Wait, where'd you come from? You want to listen to Debussy as well? Oh, the gang's all here. Quick, I'll get my gramophone out. I don't know any songs by Debussy, I'll be honest. I would hum them, but I don't know. You're going to send once in your GCSE composition. I didn't even know that there was. Didn't even know that there was GCSE music. No one chose to do it at my school. Not that I know, or at least that I'm aware of. No, I ain't scared of you. No, I ain't scared of you no more. Have you had to write like a justification for your music as well for GCSE? Do you make music and then you have to like write down a thesis on it? I didn't have to do a creative writing task, but that was like in theory what you had to do if you did creative writing. I never really got. We didn't do any creative writing. Apparently, that for my English language and literature test, A level, it would have been my A level probably, or maybe it was my AS level. There would have been a creative writing task, but we never got taught anything about creative writing. Like we just did the required text, and then like right at the very end, like towards the exam, the teacher was like, "Oh, by the way, we're doing creative writing today. The stories that we have read, they're like the teacher was like, yeah, you gotta rewrite, you know, you gotta recreate this, like one of the like a story that you've read in some way, shape or form, like change it. So it's like if the book is a non-fiction or a fictional novel, maybe write it as if it's like a postcard or something stupid like that. And it's like, it's a good exercise. I understand the importance of doing it as an exercise in creativity. It just my problem was that I don't read, so I don't really have anything to use. It's not plagiarism. Plagiarism is the act of taking a story and rewriting it word for word. Also, we weren't selling these. You sure you get a brilliant grade? I'll make sure you do. I'll slip the the exam. Is it invigilator? Invigilators. I'll sneak the guys a I'll sneak the guy to the 50. I'll make sure you pass. It'd be the people marking it. The invigilators were the people that walked around the exam hall, making sure that you weren't cheating. Night school system saying you only got into the photography class because he likes it. Well, you didn't get in, even though you want to be a photographer in the RAF. I mean, wait, you had a GCSE in, or I assume it was a GCSE. You had a GCSE in photography. We didn't have anything fun like that. We just had all the basic subjects. Unless they've added more fun subjects since I was doing it. A GCSE. No, the GCSE, a General Certificate of Secondary Education. It's a certificate that you get to say that you've completed secondary school. And you get GCSEs in a subject in subjects. Outside of specialized jobs, most jobs don't really care what you got as long as you got something in English and math. Why don't you drop your pencil? The invigilator picked it up and go to the person next to you. Fudge. They I don't remember hating doing GCSEs. Like the actual act of it. It might just be because I was never very smart to begin with, so I was never like expecting I'd get very far. But like I wasn't too when I did my GCSEs, I wouldn't go in panicking or whatever. You know, like I know a lot of people who went into their GCSEs like absolutely breaking it. And it's like I wasn't scared at all. Like, I probably should have been. The problem is probably that I wasn't scared. I probably should definitely have been more afraid. But you know, I got a B in everything, so I shouldn't. I did good enough. Can't be that important anyway. You know, don't need a GCSE to be a Twitch streamer. There you go. It's not GCSE in Scotland. England and maybe Wales is the only place where GCSE is. I know that it's a very English thing. I didn't know Scotland didn't get them though. I would have just assumed that Scotland would. But then again, Scotland is actually quite significantly different to the UK in a lot of factors, so it kind of makes sense. I assume that Wales still has them. Wales is significantly similar to the UK. But so you slept in your high school equivalent. See, and look at you now. You're watching people like 3 times your junior play games on the internet from across the world. Doesn't America have GCSEs? As far as I'm aware, Americans they have their SATs, which I think probably come around a similar time to the GCSEs, or the equivalent. I don't know what it stands for. I don't know what the S stands for. I know that I think the AT is aptitude test. CG5 used to make bangers. I have no idea. I don't know what that is. And your English mock was probably not that stressful. Yeah, but that's a mock for it though. The problem is, like, obviously there is a level of stress to mock exams, but at the same time, it's like it's a mock exam. Like, if you fail it, that's the point. Is that the point of a mock exam is to fail it, so you know that you'll fail the real thing and prepare yourself. No, the SATs are what we do at the end of primary education. The Americans have the SATs, which are done around the time during what's it called? It's a different thing. Also, American SATs are, as far as I'm aware, are complete shit. They're for the longest time, if I'm not mistaken, they were multiple choice. Like it was one of those ones where you have a sheet of paper and you just have to scribble out the dots to finish for the answer, and they'd get thrown into like a Scantron or whatever. It'll just scan the answers and spit out your grade at the end. For a long time, that's what the SATs were in America, I think. And as a result, there's very little about comprehension. It's just a multiple choice test, which I think they've changed and added to since, to add comprehension tests and like actual writing, like essay questions. I think, I'm not sure, not American, but I do know that it's, while scary, I think obviously multiple choice questions are always easier than just straight up asking you for an answer, just giving you being like all right, figure it out. You know, you give me 5 answers, I can pretty easily determine which one might be the wrong one. You know, if I get close enough figuring it out. Your real GCSE, is the questions horrific? There are 4 12 markers in the GCSE, and it's almost impossible to get higher than an 8 on them. Well, you know what they say about 12-mark questions, a mark per minute. So make sure you spend 12 minutes on each question. In fact, actually no, spend the first 2 minutes planning out your answer to those questions, and then spend the other 10 minutes writing the answer. I never listened to any of that help. The only thing that I ever listened to when teachers told me is a mark per minute. That's what I usually that's what I usually would look for. Is if it was like if it was like a 12-minute 12 mark exam, you know, spend 12 minutes on it and then move on. But I'd never do like the spending my time planning or whatever. I don't think I ever once wrote a plan for anything. I mean, I'm an incredibly slow writer as well. Like last night, just because my brain was acting quickly, I wrote like about 2 pages in this like A5 booklet. I wrote about 2 pages about just on a topic, and that took me like, you know, 40 minutes to write 2 pages of thoughts in this. Like, obviously I was formulating the thoughts at the same time, and it wasn't in direct response to a question that had prompts and nothing that I knew about. But like that's like 3/4 of a full page of A4. Like that's barely any like text at all, and it took me like 40 minutes. What was I doing right now? I was just wandering. I was just meandering. Oh, I want to check my items. I got this earlier. Yeah, I want that. I'll share the average for each 12 mark was around 3 or 4. Well, it means that the scoring system works, and I think they should be stricter. I think the people who are marking exams need to be more strict. I want to see that average go down even further. Back in my day, exams were easy. And look at where society has gone. Your uni exams are a bit fucky. In multiple choice questions, you get a point if you get it right, but you lose a point when you get it wrong. So you better be right. I'm not sure if I've ever experienced deductive scoring like that. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you would use a deductive scoring system. That doesn't... I don't think you should be punishing people for what they get wrong. You should be rewarding people just for what they get right. I know it would probably... I don't really know how it would work, but... Also, you know, I dropped out of... I never did any uni exams because I dropped out before I got anywhere near that, but... and I failed the exams that I did do. I wish I could have. I wish there was more multiple choice, because there's no multiple choice in the UK. Well, unless you do. Well, I did some exams. I did some very brief, but they were classroom exams, although they did count. I did a couple exams during. I won my engineering exam. There wasn't a test, like an in-hall test. It was there was like a computer multiple choice test for my engineering, and the teacher just straight up told us whether we passed or not. There was no, he wasn't meant to, but he got given a list of who passed and who didn't, and was like, I'm just going to tell you who passed. And then during my apprenticeship, about 4 years ago, all the exams for that were multiple choice. Is there a... No, there isn't. I don't know if there was a spawn point up there. Water. Business studies in GCSE are easy, therefore increasing profit needs to be patched. You just say therefore increasing profit is for everything. Your GCSEs sound a whole lot more interesting than ours. Like, we didn't have anything like that. We had... You could do English. Well, I know you had to do English and math. Then you could do... Then you had the choice between, like, geography, history, ICT, computer science, PE, and that was it. Oh, art, music, and drama as well. That was it. You had to take a technology because of what our school was so much to do with technology. So you had to choose. You either had to do food tech, textiles, product design, or engineering. I don't think there was woodwork, but product design was basically just woodwork. I did engineering. Engineering was, from what I heard, engineering is the easiest. I said I didn't have music earlier. I did say that. But what I mean, I don't think anyone took music. That's what I meant. That's what I was intending to say. I obviously didn't. I don't know what I imagine someone took GCSE music, but I don't know what it intended because I didn't speak to them. But yes, I never. I did boring subjects. Well, I did what I now class as boring subjects. I wish I'd have taken art just as a change of pace back then. I did English. Well, I didn't. That's my A levels. I did. Oh yeah, you actually got a choice between English, doing language and literature, and digital communication. But Digcom got cancelled halfway through the year because they realised that no one was passing it, and so they were like, just go and do regular English. We spent half the year watching Cowboys vs Aliens before the teacher was like, we ain't doing this anymore. I did history, geography, and ICT and engineering. And obviously English and math, but you didn't really have a choice in that. I wish I hadn't have taken geography. Geography is a shit topic. Pick this up. I'm being trebucheted. Yes, you take care of a diet. I'll see you later. Thank you for saying hi. But yeah, geography was boring. Geography was boring because you didn't do anything. It's like, geography is not like where countries are in the world. Like, you did not need to know where any... You could go into a geography lesson not knowing where France is and come out at the end without knowing where France is. So I don't need to level up because I haven't got enough to level up. I want to go find... I want to find something to do. Go fight... Nah. I don't want to fight what I was thinking of doing. I could go over here, actually. I'll go do this little mini dungeon. I say mini dungeon. It's just a straight up dungeon. I gotta do this. This will give me something to level up, and then I can go and do other things. For that, don't need to see that. It's alright. I remember this place not being too difficult. Maybe. Isn't it like calculating the amount of carbon in a given tree and things? Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we never did that, but it's more about learning about like rivers, and like we had to go to like a town in the mountains nearby. I say nearby, it was far. It was fairly distant. We had to go to like part of our whole like coursework that we had to do. We had to go to a town in the mountains, in like the Peak District or something. I don't know where it was. Shit, we had to go there, and we just had to like just look and be like, oh yeah, this is a V-shaped valley, or this is a U-shaped valley. We had to like count the number of cars that went by and things like that. I really don't know. Don't get me wrong, some of it's interesting, like learning about like how rivers, like how an oxbow lake is formed and how rivers move around, and like learning about the watershed and things like that. I find it's interesting, but as a GCSE thing, it's boring. You know, history was interesting because we did medicine through time and the American West, and that's really interesting because you're learning about like medicine, which, you know, it's learning about all the different, like, it's gross, it's fun. You know, you're learning about like how they used to cut people's legs off, and how like ancient Egyptian like priests used to shave their entire body, which made them the more like statistically more likely to live into old age because they had much less disease because of it. You know, medicine through time was interesting, and the American West was fun because you're learning about cowboys and Indians, which is something that you don't actually learn about that much. You hear a lot about American West and how it was all outlaws and things like that, but you very rarely actually learn about it. You just kind of hear about the idea of a cowboy. Honestly, I say I can't actually remember learning that much in the American West thing. We learned about like Costa. We learned about people fighting the aliens, the Indians. It was but it was fun, you know. And you found out nothing in the Wild West is true. That is correct. Yes, you get taught it. You go through GCSE, you pass your GCSE with a B, and then like 3 years later, it's like, actually, actually the West was not actually anything like that, and we've just decided that that's what we're going to teach it. But no, it was still interesting learning about whatever went on in it. Like we learned about the way of life for Native Americans, which actually also is kind of weird because we learned that, like, so one of the things that we learned is that, I don't know if I mentioned this on stream or if this was talking to my friend, Native Americans, according to what I was taught, they didn't know how to, they didn't like farming because they saw the earth as like a god, like their mother, the earth mother or whatever the fuck, I don't know. Yeah, and so they wouldn't farm because that would require plowing and tilling the soil, which would be like jabbing a knife into your mother's chest. Yeah, so they wouldn't do that. But then you find out, like in American tales of like how America started was founded, you have like the Thanksgiving tale, which is that the Native Americans taught the settlers how to farm. And so what did they farm or not? You know, we got taught like, oh yeah, there were nomadic people and they spent all their time chasing the buffalo. But then you find out that there were permanent settlements, and it's like, well, were they nomadic or not? You know, we got taught that as a whole there were nomadic people, but there were hundreds of tribes, and so it's like, you know, what were they? It's interesting to learn about it now. I still like learning about Native American history, but it's like every time I learn about it, I learn that what I was taught was false. Or at least it was told to me as a generalization, but in reality it's much more nuanced. I know it's GCSE, like it's not meant to be hyper focused on that. It's not like it's not like a university course where you would study like one specific element of Native American history, but still. Also, What was I taught about Scottish and Irish settlers? We weren't taught about anything. We weren't taught much. I can't remember being taught much. We kind of skipped all that. We skipped to the American West. So, like, we weren't really taught much about the founding of America. We kind of went on the assumption that America is being founded. It's like we're in the 1800s. And we're talking about, like, the downfall of the buffalo. And we're talking about, like, the buffalo killing trains and how they used to, the Americans at the time would just go and kill buffaloes. We're not taught anything about people colonizing Scotland and Ireland. In English schools, we're not taught anything about Ireland specifically. Scotland, you are taught about it a little bit more, but I probably just didn't really pay attention. As far, like, from what I remember being taught, Scotland was never really talked about as a separate country. As far as I'm aware, whenever you're taught about Scotland, it's always just assumed that it's part of the UK. It's like we're taught about, like, Boudica and people like that back in the Roman times, like pushing back the Romans, but I'm pretty certain that I mean, she was like a tribal leader. I didn't even think Scotland existed when she was around. What's that guy? What's that guy up to? We're taught, like, absolutely, you're not in the UK, you're not taught anything about it's like I've mentioned that in the UK you don't get taught about the Troubles. Not a single mention of the potato famine. Ireland, you wouldn't even know that Ireland was not the UK at one point. Like, if you were, or at least Northern Ireland. But then again, the whole island was. You wouldn't even know. But you might know if you were brought up, like, by people who were affected by it. Oh, fuck off. I hate these hand things. They're so horrible. You can get behind them and hit them in the back, but when it just so unrelenting. I think, like, I don't know. I lagged a bit there. I don't know why, like, I was never taught about whatever went on in America. You wonder what the academic cutoff for history is? Pretty recent. Like, we never got taught anything about, like, you know, JFK or anything that went, like, you never. I just hate that it just occasionally starts lagging. We never got taught anything about, like, you know, any of the modern wars. Like, we definitely never got taught, like, you know, the Soviet-Afghan war. You know, didn't get taught about the Vietnamese war. Didn't get taught about the Korean War. We touched on World War II. We got taught a little bit about, got, you know, a reasonable amount about World War One. I don't think I heard the word Thatcher mentioned at all throughout my entire time in school. In the UK, you spend most of the time talking about the things that, like, sort of like the key people throughout. You get taught, like, you get taught the Tudors, which is like the 1700s. I think maybe like the 16 to 1700s. I can't remember because I hate that they're boring. You get taught like the War of the Roses a little bit. It's mostly just like the foundational. You get taught like the foundational things that it's all about the monarchy. You get taught everything about the monarchy. You also you learn about the Roman invasion and also the Norman conquest, I think. What was the GCSE history GCSE? I mentioned it was That was the American West and history and medicine through time. Like I said, medicine through time was great because at least that was like you can't really go too wrong with that. There's not much. It's not really very politically charged like learning about the American West is. Oh, there it is. Oh, piss off. Oh, but the you know, I enjoyed it. It would depend on what's on the school you went to, like how good it was. I had a pretty decent English teacher. Sorry, history teacher. Why? There we go. It wasn't very difficult either. You didn't really have. It wasn't. I don't know. It was still rather general. Like you didn't really You didn't really dive very deep into it. It was pretty sort of. It was pretty surface level. Like I said, fun. I spent most of my time not really paying much attention, but the fact that I didn't pay much attention to it, yet I still managed to get a B, well, should probably tell you enough about it, really. You see, although I did have I did have a baseline interest in history. You know, if you didn't have any interest in history at all, then you probably wouldn't pay any attention whatsoever. Get away, get away, get away, get away! Here we go. Fuck off! I much prefer like learning random bits of history like I do now. You just see like a YouTube video that's like, the fuck was Socrates doing? Like between the years. I don't know when Socrates was alive, so I can't continue that. But you know, I mean, it's like you just see a video. It's like, what the fuck was Socrates doing? And it's like, I don't even know who Socrates is, to be honest. But I'll watch this video. You know. I think I liked medicine through time more than learning about the American West, because like I said, you learn about like how medicine was in ancient Greece. And you learn about like the four humors thing. You learn the fact that in ancient, it might have been Greece. I think Greece, or it wasn't Rome. I think it was Greece. But like in you know ancient history, they developed the four humors, which is that you have four fucking liquids in your body: black bile, yellow bile, blood, and phlegm. You got these four liquids that are in your body, and any illness you feel is due to them being out of balance, being out of whack. And so depending on what the doctor thought you needed, they would try and do something to sort that out. Like if they saw your illness, they might go, you got too much blood, in which they just cut your arm open and just let some of it leak out for a little bit, and then they go, well, that'll do, give me 400 pieces of silver or whatever, you know. That's more interesting than the American West. Yeah, the American West. But then like learning things like the fact that the four humors stayed around in as sort of like sort of like medical canon, so to speak. That stayed around until like the 1500s. Like doctors thought the four humors was like the thing to use like for years, and then they just replaced it with the miasma theory, which is equally as shit, but at least they were kind of getting somewhere with that one. They probably were working very similarly. Then the bread stream, no humor in sight. Exactly. We realized that the humor theory was stupid, and so now we don't. Not a single person laughs ever. Da-da. By the way, if you don't know what miasma theory is, that's just if it smells bad, that's what's killing you. Miasma theory, defo true. I mean, it's not wrong. Like, well, it is, but it's not, if that makes sense. Because It's like if you're standing next to a dead body, it's gonna smell bad. And a dead body is gonna have a lot of things in it that will make you very ill. So it's like your brain is telling you don't stand near that because it's going to make you ill. So it's not wrong in one sense, you know. It's just not, they just didn't really realize it. They also made a lot of stupid mistakes, like the Jon Snow incident, where everyone had cholera, and so Jon Snow was like, this pump here I think is what's giving people cholera, so he took the handle off of it, and then people stopped getting cholera, but then people complained, then the government didn't want to do anything about it, and people wanted water, and so they just put the handle back on the pump, and people started getting cholera again, and no one really did anything about it. And no one really believed Jon Snow, I don't think, for a while, before people started going, hold on, this fella's got something. And the only reason I know about the only reason I remember Jon Snow's name is because of Game of Thrones, because that was coming out at the time. Here we go. Ah, I ain't got any finger points. So go bring me some colour from the water. Colour water to home. I mean, my favorite part about that story is that some random woman who was like miles away from like so the reason that water had cholera in it was because there was like a cesspit nearby that was leaking into it. The lining of the well had been the lining of the cesspit or whatever the fuck it is had a crack in it and was leaking vile fluids into the groundwater, and so that was making its way into the well. But there was one random fucking woman like miles away who was like getting ill from cholera, and they went and they were like, why the fuck, where are you getting your water from? Why do you have cholera? And she was like, oh, I was getting it from that well, the well that you're, you know, turning off because it's got cholera in it. And they were like, why do you go out of your way to get water from that well? And she's like, oh, it tastes nicer. So she was like, oh, this pissy shit water, this is great, delicious, yum yum in my tummy, give me some more of that. They were like, this water's making you ill, stop drinking it. And she's like, well, it tastes nice, doesn't it? It was the handle's fault, replace that and it's fine. That's the level of logic that some people would have had back then. But like that's interesting. Learning about different medicines is great. And like just how, you know, like at one point, so like before, you know, like before antiseptic was invented, before being like sterile in a operating room, and having rooms that were, you know, obviously when you have surgery, for instance, you expect the room to be sterile, you expect there not to be germs floating around, so when they cut you open, you know, you're not going to get infected. Before they figured that out, or they figured out how to do that, what they would do is they were like, well, this sort of, I can't remember what it was. It may have been like citric acid, actually. They may have gotten like citric acid. They just fucking sprayed the room with citric acid and was like, yeah, that'll do. Like they had, while they were operating on you, which you were awake for, obviously, you were all blackout drunk, one or the other, you know, they would just spray the room with citric acid. But the weird thing is because a lot of these, while they're primitive, a lot of these methods actually worked to an extent, because while the theory was wrong, because it worked, they continued doing it. Like when they started believing the miasma theory, like Sporty said, they were on the right track. So it worked to an extent, apart from, you know, the fact that plague doctors still died at an alarming rate, even though they filled their mask with flowers. You know, they worked, kind of, you know. So that's kind of like how they propagate so freely, is because, you know, they're not, at least they were trying something. Washing hands, they never would, they didn't know it, they didn't have like antibacterial things, So it's like you could wash your hands, but you'd just be washing it in shit water anyway. Da, 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 da. Go. There you go. Okay, ready, you. Ow, ow, ow. It's fine. Being hit from behind by a guy with a, I almost said crowbar. That's not what it is, it's a crossbow. Don't run off the edge, you idiot. Well. I should have used the stable ground rule to stop myself from dying. Wait, no, I wouldn't stop myself from dying. I would just end up dying, but somewhere else. That spoof about cars and windows. Cars have windows and can move. Houses have windows and can't move. So it's not the windows that make the car go. It's something else entirely. Exactly. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I've yet to figure it out. I tried to put wheels on a house before and it didn't move, but the car did, and so I'm still not really 100% certain if that works. I've been kind of concerned, really. All these vehicles going around. I've seen vehicles that don't have wheels and they move, and so I'm kind of wondering maybe it can't possibly be the wheels. There we go. But yeah. History is an interesting topic, and anyone who says that history isn't interesting is wrong. Pretty sure it's the wind. I think it probably is. I think we should go. I think we should invest in. You know how, like, big cargo ships are slowly starting to go back to wind power in some way, shape, or form. I think we should start applying that to cars and put sails on the tops of cars. Probably the wing mirrors. That's actually a good idea. Has anyone tried putting wing mirrors on a house yet? I think we should start putting wing mirrors on houses and see what happens. So I just think that World War II had been going on for about 5 years. Out of the total of 6 when the D-Day happened. I always forget just how long World War II was. And World War One. Like D-Day happened like at the end. Did I interact with a thing? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. You have an idea for a low altitude parachute? And all of your test dummy demos have failed. Well, it can't be that good of an idea then. Stay up on that rise, never come down. Like, you see the clear solution to be jumping up from the top of the Eiffel Tower. That's an idea. That's an idea, that is. Wearing the parachute, that's confidence. Sometimes all an idea needs is confidence. A lot of people lack the confidence, and that's why their idea doesn't get anywhere. You know, you go onto the Dragon's Den with a pitch. It could be the greatest product in the world, and you try and pitch that to someone. Shark Tank, if you're from anywhere else in the world. You go onto Dragon's Den, and you try and pitch at them, but you're stuttering, you're fumbling over your words, you're not putting yourself out there. They ain't going to invest in you. You could go in there with a stick and a pile of dog shit, and you were the most confident man in the world that is delicious. Yeah, and the next thing in fast food, they would invest immediately if you just puffed out your chest and spoke confidently. So I like the idea of throwing yourself off of the Eiffel Tower, like testing your parachute. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a way of proving the world that you're a smart man. The last time I was told during D-Day was only about 12 seconds. I can't believe they sent newborns to swarm the beaches. Yeah, they had offshore spawn points. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I would not have, the sheer amount of people we threw at the beach on D-Day is a sight to behold. I'm already at the end of this area. These dungeons are so short. That's the other problem with this game. The dungeons are short and boring. I like. To be fair, they're probably not that. Thinking about like. Then again, I was trying to think about like the Boreal City or whatever in Dark Souls 3, and I was like, no, that's a fairly that was a fairly long area. Da, 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 da. If anyone likes videos on if anyone likes videos on like obscure history, this is more like ancient history really. Trey the Explainer's a good channel. From what I can tell, he's also a bit of a femboy. If you follow him on Twitter, I once saw him like I wasn't following him on Twitter, and then I saw him reply to someone else replied to him, or whatever, and I was like, oh yeah, Trey the Explainer's someone. And I started following him, and then like 40 minutes later, I looked at Twitter again, and I saw a picture of him wearing a dress, and I was like, oh, that's okay. It's not what I expected when watching him. And when watching him on YouTube and listening to his voice and what he talks about, I was like, I didn't expect that. You know, showing him wearing a what's it called, like a tank top showing off his midriff. I was like, yeah, all right, all the power to you. I don't know what in that sentence was meant to be for, by the way, Sporty. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. My shiny, it's not that shiny actually. I was gonna say my shiny head. 10 times better than Pray for the Wicked. I've already forgotten what that could be a thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Is there any food that hot sauce won't improve? How about hot sauce? You put hot sauce on hot sauce, all it's gonna do is just make it more plentiful. It's not gonna make it any better though. Then again, I can't really say because we've all discovered that I don't like spicy food. So having something that takes something that isn't spicy and makes it spicy is not really my kind of thing. There we go. Beautiful. Da 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 da. Oh, there's more music things I see, Sporty. I see. You and your bizarre music tastes of yesteryear. More hot sauce improvement? Fair enough. I mean, I feel like some people probably put hot sauce on ice cream. Because the thing is that it probably means that you can... Because like the milk in the ice cream would probably negate the feeling of like any negative feelings of hot sauce. So why don't I like spices? I just don't really like spice. I'm just not a big spice person. I don't do good with it. I don't like to feel pain while eating. You know, I don't like my food to be aggressive towards me. Ow. The annoying thing is right now is that I feel overpowered for some parts of this game, but underpowered for others. And I don't know that I can't find the bit that I'm like the right power for. Like I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage in places like this. But then, like, when I go to where I feel I need to go, it's like, no, you don't do any damage here. Ow. I still take a lot of damage here, though. Dodge. Get away. Get away. Get away. It's fine. I got plenty of flasks. I might as well just use them all. That's something that definitely makes these games a little bit easier. Is as you go on, fuck, cock. As you go on, you like remembering that you have a lot of the flasks and just spam them when you need them. Like, use what the flasks allow you to do. Don't fucking kick me in the head. Don't like that sword spell. It's annoying. Oh. There you go. You have a question that someone only with my intellect could answer. Go on. Lay it on me. I can't remember humming a song from Pray for the Wicked. Wait, let me have a look. Oh, okay. Sorry. I see what you mean. I see what that album was. Panic at the Disco. I didn't know what that was. I didn't realize that was the initialism of Panic at the Disco. That's very dreadful. Finding persons dumb enough. In every single Marvel movie, there is a new enemy that happens to be the strongest of them all. How come all Marvel movies have the strongest enemy when it's different enemies? That might be that question's that might be too intellectual for me. Because because they need to have a thing even stronger to get people to come and watch it. Why do you think that them ending they ended like Thanos? They threw Thanos like the world ender. They were like, yeah, we're gonna have him fight, and like they didn't. They fought him. Sorry, they fought him, and they didn't have anything to do after that because no one cares about Marvel anymore. Once you kill the big bad enemy. If the strongest enemy... Wait, hold on, did I miss anything else? If the strongest enemy of all times happened to be in London, where Doctor Strange is fighting alone, why can't Thor, Iron Man, Hulk just pop around the planet? That is... Yeah. I see what you mean. That you do have them. They all have their own world-ending threat that they're not willing to help each other on. Like, they all had to team up to take on Thanos, and he was a universe-ending threat. And so, when it's a world-ending, or like the strongest guy, yeah. Like, yeah, they're probably contractual obligations. They've probably got other things to be doing as well. Like, they trust each other. You know, they don't have to go and help each other. They trust that they know who is strong enough. But no one helped Doctor Strange with Dormammu. Well, yeah, because they knew that Doctor Strange was capable of it. You know, they all had a meeting. They saw all the emerging threats. They had a meeting to see all the emerging threats, and Doctor Strange. They were like, okay, so this guy is appearing in your domain, Strange. Are you able to deal with that? He went, yeah, I got it. Leave it to me. And there we go. Everyone believed him because they all saw how powerful Strange is. they you know, sometimes you don't need a whole construction team, you just need a handyman, you know. Why the fuck does interdimensional being only appear in London? Oh, because London does. London is mostly just dickheads and bankers who aren't going to like fight back. Like if a villain appears in America, he has to worry that someone might just shoot him in the head. You know, they never really take that into account in comic book films. That like some random guy could see like an alien come down from the sky and he just turns to go, not in my town, and pulls out a Colt 45 and just blows it out the sky. There'd be like some of those like there's like fat guys that wear tactical armor everywhere because they think they're about to get under siege. They would see an alien coming down from the sky and be like, well, it's my time to shine, isn't it, fellas? And they'd pull out their AR-15 that's got like 700 attachments on it and an illegal automatic upgrade to it and just start spraying into the sky. I just assume every American sounds like that. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. Just wait till they get to the other side of London, they don't get stabbed. But like, you know, like Roadmare of London versus the Dormammu. That's a stupid name. Dormammu. And in this corner, at 400 kilograms and weighing and being over 7 feet tall, it's Dormammu. I would not be afraid. They're just making up words now. Doctor Strange had to trap himself in an endless loop of death using the Eye of Agamotto. Whatever the fuck is that? Agamotto sounds like the name of one of the hippos in Madagascar. Who is making these names? The Marvel Universe went to shit when they finished the Thanos arc. Not that I've watched any of them. I haven't watched any. I've watched Captain America, the first Avenger. That's it. I've only watched that one. I can't remember the salary man. Yeah, he just goes to work every now and then. He's not the happiest. He lives in a shitty apartment. It's the eye that uses the Infinity Stone called the Time Stone, the green one, to repeat. I don't understand any of that shit. Like they add things. Those sort of series always add things to them that, like you say, that there are enemies that are world-ending or the strongest or whatever. They add things, and so they have to then add an object or a MacGuffin, if you will, that is strong enough to defeat them, which then makes you go, anytime that there is another enemy, why don't you just use that? You know, so they then have to find a way to write in why they can't use it again. It's like, so this is going to sound stupid because I'm bringing in the only sort of experience I have with this kind of storytelling, which is anime. And in the anime My Hero Academia, the main character, Deku, is stupidly strong. But if he uses all his power, he gets injured beyond belief, yeah? So everyone's like, don't do that. You will die if you use them, yeah? And so there's a film, and so any moment that he does use his full power is epic and great, and you know that he's going to be, like, dead afterwards, yeah? So there's a film, it's non-canonical, obviously, and during that, at the very start of it, someone shows off an item that is like, this item allows this character to do, this item will allow you to use your full power as much as you want, like 3 times. Yeah. And so they you know from the very beginning that the end of it is just going to be them the main character just wailing on the enemy at max power, and then right at the end, as he's hitting the enemy, you see the bracelet break, and it's like, what's the point? Because they know that you have to make sure that that you don't accidentally make the main character invincible for the next time that they have to be fighting, for the next amazing villain that shows up. I haven't watched the end of Attack on Titan, but I already know what happens. I have every volume of the manga right there. I've read. I know the story. I won't spoil it. I don't actually know what the general consensus is to the end of Attack on Titan because I haven't watched it. I haven't seen anyone talk about it. I haven't watched the past few. I haven't watched the past few seasons. I stopped at the end of the first season that Mappa animated. I think it was the first one. I'm not sure. I wasn't a huge fan when I first saw the way that it was animated by Mappa. I wasn't a huge fan. It grew on me though, as a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like it at the start, but I think the hate generally died down over time. Once you watch it for long enough, the weird CG of it just ends up blending in. It not blending in as in you don't notice it, but blending in as in you're like, whatever. Shit. So but yeah. Is the first map of the one that has the rumbling intro? Or maybe I've heard the rumbling intro just regardless of watching that. I don't want to say anything and spoil it for someone, like in case, because I don't know how far in I watched. Rumbling is the last season. I may have just heard that song then. Oh, bugger off. I actually, the intro to the first Mappa season made me, I didn't really like, and then eventually it grew on me. I kept listening to it loads. But yeah, no. To be fair, as much as I know what happens in Attack on Titan, I also don't want it spoiled for me because I want to actually experience the anime like properly. But yeah. So I won't be spoiling the ending, and I also request if anyone. Did I finish that or did that just disappear? Did I go out too far away from it? I think I went too far away from it. Yeah, whatever. I know it disappears eventually if you're fighting it, so. But yeah, I will. It was an ending. Anime is whack. But it's fun. That's what I like about anime, is it's fun. I like anime because you don't have to suspend your disbelief while watching it. You know what I mean? When watching a film, like a live action film, they have to go out of their way to suspend your disbelief, you know? Because otherwise you're going to look at it and go, a real human can't do that. You know, that doesn't make any sense. You see Iron Man get thrown across the world, and it's like, well, a real human being would die. So they have to go out of their way to make you know that Iron Man would survive something crazy like that. You know? Whereas in anime, it's animated. The fact that it's real life is already thrown out the window. They could do whatever the fuck they want from the moment that it starts. So they just go crazy with it, and they have like characters like I mentioned, My Hero Academia. All the characters are like 15, and they're getting like thrown through buildings, and it's like, what? No, you can't just do that to a 15-year-old. They'll die. But like it's fun. Yeah. What's this? Oh, it's freaking things going on here. Stop being anime nerds. Anime is weird. It's fun. It is weird. I ain't gonna. I'd never. I'm not going up to Rani. I don't need to. I got no reason to go up there. It is weird, but that's why it's fun. So what do I want to do? Wait, how many? Do I have enough runes to level up? I need just a little bit more. Just a little tiny bit. Just a quick under the nose little snifter. You know what I mean? Let's go up here. But yeah. You'll sniff something. You better bloody well not. That's a crime. Oh, what is the video? Slowly sent me a video. Oh, it's something from him playing, whatever. From playing Armor earlier. Level up. Am I still... I don't know what the soft cap is for that. I'll go into health a little bit. Vanilla sugar. Did anyone ever... I mean, I never did, because I didn't like the idea of doing it, because I thought I might die. But did anyone, like, ever, like, snort, like, sherbet when they were younger? I had at least one friend, like, they had these little, like... It was, like, made out of, like, sugary polystyrene, these little, like, UFOs, but had sherbet inside it. I don't really know what sherbet is. It's just some, like, sour powder. And they'd, like, crack it open and sniff it up. It definitely was not good for you, and it was only something that the kids in the group that thought it was cool to be like damaging to themselves would do. Cinder did. You know what? I can imagine you and Cinder getting up to something like that. Based on just the way that you describe whatever it is that you two get up to, that sounds like something that Cinder would do. Sherbet's ice cream here in the UK is different. Sherbet's a different thing. I realised that in some parts of the world it's different. It's like this weird powdery stuff. It's like a sour powder in the UK. It's sold as a candy. It's not very nice, really. Sniffing glue is better. Sometimes you just give it a little whiff, don't you? It's like when you used to get like the whiteboard markers at school. You'd always give it just a little test sniff. You know what I mean? Just to make sure it's still working. Not meant to, but you know, it's like when anytime if ever I use this this permanent marker, it's just a quick. It's a dirty pleasure, isn't it? Sure, it's cocaine for kids. It's you used to get like a sherbet dib dab, which was like some it's like chalky sweet that you'd like suck on and then dip in the powder and then suck on again. It was just nothing but pure sugar, but you know, it's something to. It's like you get one of those and you were like the king of the playground, and the teachers would come along and snatch it from you because they were like, no sweets in school. You gotta sniff the gasoline when refueling your car as well, just to make sure it's the right one. Exactly. Sometimes I go and hang around the petrol station just to get a free whiff. You know, you don't have to learn. You don't have to be like driving to get the sweet stench of petrol. Well, I mean, no sweets in school. No sweets in school. We weren't allowed that kind of thing in my school. Well, in my primary school. Secondary school, the teachers didn't give a shit. In my primary school, they banned anything that had sugar in it. In my primary school, you were allowed like cereal bars, fruit, and water for your break, like for your like morning break, and that was it. You're right, they had a little bit more leniency with at lunchtime, but it still wasn't much. Secondary school, they let up. I used to, when I was a lot younger, I didn't used to drink water. I just didn't like drinking water, and so my dad used to buy, to get around the not being able to take fruit juice into school. My dad would buy me like flavored water in a that came in like fruit shoot bottles. My dad would buy me those, and eventually one time one of the kids like caught wind of that fact, and obviously a child being a dickhead and being children and not wanting other people to have any amount of fun, they immediately told the teacher. My dad and the teacher, or the you know, the teacher didn't get annoyed at me. They pulled me aside and was like, listen, as long as it's sugar free, I don't care. Once you got to secondary school though, people stopped caring. Like, you weren't allowed to take like fizzy drinks into school. You couldn't like take a bottle of Coke to school, but they were you could be a lot more like, you're a lot more, you know, free to do what you want in those during those years. If you manage to sneak any form of sugar in, you're the king of the playground. Exactly. 2/3 of those contain sugar. That's the best part. Let me. Where am I? What am I doing next? I might go. I think what I'm going to do actually is I'm just going to get the map for this bit. But yeah, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't do oak fun at my school. Like, they banned Beyblades. They banned Yu-Gi-Oh! They banned Match Attacks. They probably banned Pokemon, but no one was into Pokemon at my school because, I don't know, they thought it was gay or something. I don't know. They banned anything that was fun. But to be fair, it was one of those schools where, like, you know, it was the sort of thing where one student would get into a dispute with another student, and the teachers would just be like, I can't bother to deal with this, just ban it. You had football cards and fidget spinners at your primary school. Luckily, fidget spinners weren't a thing when I was younger, but I can imagine those getting banned. I can imagine they would have been. I mean, I understand that from a teacher's perspective, it is just easier to be like, just stop. Just, like, because most of the teachers don't understand, like, I mean, maybe it's different, more, like, a little bit different nowadays, but most teachers probably just wouldn't understand the idea that, like, a trade gone wrong, because kids aren't going to know, especially when it's, like, the younger kids and the older kids interacting, which is much easier, which you know... in which the older kids are going to be like, oh yeah, that card there, like this guy is like, you know, the young kid is going to have a card that's like their favorite, and then the big kid is like, oh, that's a terrible card, you don't want that, but you want this one. It's like Diglett. You know. And it's like, and so like the kid does that, and then they find out, and then they realize that no, they don't actually want the Diglett card, they wanted their old card back. So they go to the kid and say, hey, can I have my old card back? You can have your Diglett. And the kid's like, no, we traded it fair and square. And so he starts crying and goes to the teacher, and then the teacher has to get involved, and the teacher's like, I don't want to have to deal with kids crying over Pokemon cards, I'm just going to ban it because it's just easier. So I understand it. Apart from there was one teacher, I mentioned we had the Beyblade. When we had Beyblades, there was one teacher that would just bring out like a big playmat and put it on the playground, and everyone would just throw their Beyblades into it. That was great. British Bulldogs have a different name every week. We never called it British Bulldog in my school. If it's what I think it is. I don't know. Every school in the country had a different, like, had their own like house rules for those sort of things. In my school, it was just called Bulldog, I think, or like Tiggy Bulldog. You know, it depends on who you were talking to, really. But that also got banned because people were because like kids were clotheslining each other. Yeah, that's it. Yes, when you run from one side to the other of the playground, you have to like tackle each other. Well, it was never like you didn't have to. In our rules, you never had to tackle each other. You just had to touch them. You just had to go, got ya, kind of thing. But obviously, when kids are sprinting at full speed from one side of the playground to the other, someone is gonna get clotheslined, you know. And so, yeah, that got banned in my primary school. I think there was a. I found the ground for them to be out at your school. Yeah, we never. That never. That's not. They weren't the rules that we were playing. We didn't. We weren't playing for keeps. We weren't. You were very good at being the one that tackles people. In my secondary school, we had a couple kids. It wasn't like what was annoying about this instance is that the number of people that were playing this game that I'm going to mention was very low. Like, it was only a small group of kids, so I don't know why they had to do this. But they had a whole whole boys only assembly after lunchtime where they called every boy in our year into the hall to basically just yell at all of us for like 10 people playing a game. Like, I don't know why they yelled at all of us for doing that, because I certainly wasn't playing this, and that's the game Red Letter. I think that's what it was called. It was something like that. The whole point of it is that there's a word, that one team has a word that gets split up into letters. Every player has a letter, and then there's one guy that has to get that letter out of everyone to find out what the word is. And so there are no rules on how you get the letter out of someone. You just have to get that letter from those other players somehow, which usually intended just beating the shit out of each other. And it was like a couple people that were playing it, but apparently the teachers thought every boy in the year was playing it. And we weren't playing Red Letter, we were playing Red Bible. You know, everyone had a fucking verse in the Bible, and there was one person going around beating the shit out of each other, trying to figure out the entire Bible or something. I hated those assemblies. So it's just fucking. I've never played this game. I don't like being hurt. You feel like if you grabbed their leg as they're running, they go flying forward. Yeah, usually that does happen often. You'd be so good at the Red Letter. Exactly. Yeah, you would. Like, kids just liked hurting each other, or at least some of the kids that I went to school with. They just liked hurting each other for some reason. But it was weird because you had like two different. You had a few of the kids that would play games like that. But then most people would just play football somewhere. They'd just find they'd find a football and just fucking play that. Or like it'd be like me, and I'd just hang around like the class. I'd just hang around where my next class would be. You know, you'd never go anywhere. You never do anything because there was nothing to do. Which, to be fair, makes sense why some of the kids were beating the shit out of each other for entertainment. Then there was like the overly hard kids that were like, oh, they thought they were overly hard. Who like watched one match of MMA and were like, I'm gonna be an MMA fighter. Come and punch me in the face. And they'd just try and get people to punch them in the face to prove that they were hard. What the fuck? What do you want about? What are you doing? Stop doing that. It's weird. Squeeze the jaw and put it in extreme pain. You could also put your thumbs in their eyes. That's a good way of getting people to give you their letter. Just put your thumbs just in. Don't stop until they give you the letter. Like, you give me the letter or you lose your sight. But yeah, I never played those games. I didn't play those childish games of boyish abrasion. I would never be caught doing such a thing. A couple of kids once put me in a tree and started hitting me with sticks. That's something that happened to me. That was the closest I ever got to it like that, is when some kids put me in a tree and started hitting me with sticks. You know how like some trees, it goes up a little bit as a single log, but then it immediately like fans out. It was like the bit where it fans out, you could stand in that. And I climbed in there, and some of the kids wouldn't let me out, and they started beating me with sticks. And I was like, stop doing that, let me out. And I talk to those people far too often. And that should have been my warning sign to not hang around with those people, but it didn't. At no point did my brain go, nah, maybe you should continue hanging out with those. Maybe the people that beat you with a stick shouldn't be the people you call your friends for the next 6 years. And look at me now. But yeah, those are tales from my youth of kids beating each other up and sneaking sugar and snorting it and whatever. I'm gonna see if I can find that thing again. I barely leveled up at all, but I got nothing else to do. Can I see actually? Am I able to check what I need to upgrade this? No. Up, being eaten. I'm being eaten. I'm being eaten behind. I went down to local co-op to get myself a packet of cigarettes, and I got hit over the head by a man holding crossbow. Now that was something that kids always used to love to brag about. They always used to brag that their dad, quote unquote, they'd always, well no, I say quote unquote, it's irrelevant. They'd always be like, oh yeah, my dad's got a crossbow under his bed. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? I don't care. Like, oh yeah, my dad's got like a pellet gun under his bed. It's like, I don't, what do I care? I'm scared that your dad is going to come to school and shoot me with it because he's, you know, just because you don't like something that I say. What are you trying to tell me? Or like they would say that they have a crossbow, and it's like, well, I don't care. What are you going to do with it? Alright. Okay, I managed to dodge that. I go. I'm not wanking. I would never do such a dirty thing. But... Ow! Hit. Hit. Away. Hit it. Cock. Hey, I haven't done that. I spent most of the time doing something else. I went somewhere else and did things. I didn't spend the whole time fighting this horse. Although, what I did do, I went and fought a different boss to try and level up a little bit, but I only really leveled up once. I gave up very shortly after you left, I'll be honest. I dodged it. Oh, no, do that. I'm not gonna beat it this time. I've used too many fucking things. Why is it so awkward? Hup. Good. Hit it twice. It's gonna do that. Hit him like once or twice. Hit him. Get away. Is he gonna do? Yep. He did that on the floor. The horse definitely doesn't. It has a different animation when it's about to hit the floor. I just noticed that. I think it's too subtle for me to use effectively, but it definitely has a different animation when it hits the floor. Ah, cock. Yes, I know. Da 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 da. There we go. It's doable. Like I said, when I was fighting the other boss, that was too easy. Fighting that other boss, I did far too much damage to it, and so I know this is this has to be. There's only 2 bosses that I know of, or 2 main bosses that I know of to fight right now. And it's this and Radagon. And I don't really want to fight Radagon. How do I know if your sisters have gone feral? I don't know what that means. I don't think you need to know if your sisters have gone feral. Just leave your sisters alone. Hup. Hup. Maybe if they've started like living in the woods, that's usually one way of knowing if they're feral. I didn't know he did this before. Huh, I've never seen him do that. I thought he had to be yeah, no, he's gonna oh no, okay, he just teleported away because he couldn't get to me. That must be why he does that. I think if you go too far away, he uses the lightning ability. And so because he couldn't get to me, you just assumed I was too far away. I'm saying that like this thing has actual intellect, but... Where's my... Oh, that's my flask. No, oh, my wondrous physique. Oh, there we go. Fucking... I dodged! No, I never noticed that this is the same. This is a tree sentinel, so it's the same thing as those things that we saw earlier that are at the start of the game, and also that I had to run past to get here. I got no idea how I'm supposed to fight the 2 tree sentinels that we ran past earlier. I've always just ignored them and tried to cheese it a little bit by only aggroing one of them at a time, but it's very difficult to only aggro one of them. And you almost always aggro another one at some point during the fight. So I have no idea how you're meant to fight them. Okay. Good. Good. Gonna hit the floor. Shit. Nope. I'm probably a little bit too liberal on how frequently I use my flasks. I think that might be one of the reasons why I run out of them so much. I don't know why I took so much damage to that. That was a lot of damage. I need to wait until I think I'm about halfway before I use a flask, because then I can get the most out of it. It's all about making sure you only use as much as you need to use. It's like when I used to have to use I call it Shield of the Righteous in World of Warcraft as a paladin, I dodged! As a protection paladin. If you use it, it gave you like extra armor, and if you used it too soon, well, you'd waste the armor. I think it was that. I might be thinking of something else. Don't worry about it. It made sense in my head. I just like to occasionally reminisce on the good days of playing World of Warcraft and enjoying myself. Back before I ended up being too stressed by it. Oh. Come on. Good. Well. Yep. I fucking pressed the dodge button. Stop that. Stop it. I didn't fucking... Here you go. Good. Good. There we go. That, I think that big attack that he just did there is like an instant kill. Where's all my fucking potions gone? When did I use them all? Good. How am I... How... I've got 10 of them. How am I only on 3 and I've given him 4 hits? Maybe that's... Maybe things like that. That's why. Ugh. I was very... Da-da. I am still going. I wouldn't... I mean, still going is a little bit, you know, misleading. I'm technically still here. Am I soft locked on a boss? Not really. I won't really call that soft locked. Can I... Okay, so I can... I'm just not very... I'm just, for some reason, not very good at it. I wonder... It's gonna sound like a... That sounds stupid. But I wonder if I can jump over him when he does, like, the ground smash. I wonder if I can jump over it. Stop this! Another one? Yep, he's doing another one. Any more? That's one like that. I wonder if I can, like, jump over the shockwave. Yep. Soft locked by a skill glitch. Yeah, patch it. Fix it, FromSoft. This game's too hard. Make it easier for me. Make an easy mode just for me. No. Good. I dodged that. You saw that I dodged that one. I pressed the dodge button. Okay. Good. Although I have still somehow used 4 of my flasks and I've only done like 2 hits on him. Some attacks just don't make sense why they hit. Good. I mean it does make sense why they hit because I don't dodge them, but you know what I mean. I'm not used to how long the to how long the what's it called period is, the invincibility period of dodging is, because there's a number of times where I feel like I'm not gonna, like, I'm gonna take damage to it, but I don't. So I'm definitely not completely used to how long it takes to how long you get the ability to dodge for. Go. Alright. I hate him doing this. Alright. Okay. He's doing that, which is not a fun spell. Here we go. Good. Hit him. How am I supposed to not want to throw myself off the Empire State Building? It's alright. What's it doing? That one? Good. What's it doing? Not that one again. I don't know how to properly get away from... Well, actually, you just don't get hit by it. That one I'm going to get hit by because I was too impatient. That's fine. Good. Alright. One more. Actually, it's probably more than one more. Knowing this horse. I dodged that one. There is no way you didn't see me dodge. Sorry about that. Right. Right. Fuck. My foot's going numb. I just say it's gone numb. I can't feel my toes currently. What noise I can hear? I think I'm going insane. What time is it? I'm going for 4 hours. It's like barely any time at all. Get away from it. Okay. Good. I hate that one. It's hard to predict. Because it's... Yep. This one's not going to work. Why am I so bad at dodging? I blame the controller. How? I shouldn't have moved my foot because now it's starting to tingle. What time is it? 6 o'clock, okay. Come on. I've refused to finish the stream before I finish this guy. Or whatever the sentence is that I just said. Sorry, you talk about things tingling. That's disgusting. This is a Christian channel. Don't do that, you idiots. You don't deserve love. Why am I wearing a prison uniform? Because I'm in prison. Have you not... That's the reason that the camera angle has changed, is because it's actually... I've had to put the camera in a different position. I got sent to prison for tax evasion. Not many... Some people are surprised. A lot of people are just kind of... You know, they just kind of expected it would happen eventually. Oh. Wait. So you can kind of knock his horse over a little bit. If you do enough damage, it seems. Wait. Another one. One more? No, okay. Good. I refuse to pay taxes. I refuse to pay taxes that pay for things that I don't need anymore. You know? I don't go to the hospital. You know? I don't go to the hospital. I don't use the roads. I don't go to school. I don't have faith that the government is doing the right thing, so I refuse to pay taxes. Apparently, though, that's not a good enough excuse. I don't know why... I didn't change anything about the timing, and I don't know why that second to last one hit me. go. Actually, I didn't change it at all. Never mind. Come on. Hit him. Stab him. Hit him. Hit him again. Get hit by him because obviously you deserve that. Yes, I know. Good. 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 I don't remember this guy being this hard, because he wasn't, that's why. Ah. It also doesn't help that sometimes I do and don't get punished for attacks for like certain actions. Like I should have been, when he swiped his fist there, I should have been punished for doing what I did. Whereas sometimes I'm not, I'm punished for doing perfectly reasonable things. Like complaining on the internet about a boss that isn't that hard. It's just a skill issue, isn't it? Isn't it just? Good. Oh, isn't he just a big man full of big skill issues? Alright. Yep. Da 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 da. Alright. Alright. There we go. Don't queue up another attack. That's fine. Do that all you want. Ugh. Up. Good. I don't want to get too far away because he does a conal attack, I think, if I get too far away. Or at least I want to be as close to the source of the cone if I want to get out of it. Good. Horse is going to fire at me. Not that attack again. Stop it. That's the conal. That's not the conal. That's a drag. A player of the football team you support posts COD tips to TikTok. Well, you know, they have to have something to do. You know, football can't pay all the bills. If I was someone who, if I was like a big footballer and I did that, I would only ever upload. I'd only ever upload like horrible clips of me not being very good at the game. I'd want to make sure, I want people just to see that I'm awful at the game. Why won't you dodge? Why do you take 7 hours to put your sword back? You don't even have to put it back in the bloody sheath. You just have to hold it there. Ow. Get out of the corner. I like the idea of someone just being really rich and just posting like terrible clips of themselves onto the internet. It's like they're absolutely awful at the games that they play. So you kind of expect them to have some level of skill in a game, in something that they like doing. I'm not going to come up there because I'll need you to come down here, thank you. Gonna die out of that? Yep. But I technically didn't die, if you know what I mean. Yep. I'm going to cry. With some luck, at least. Like I always say, I would have, when I've played this in the past, every time that I've done this, I've used why did that one hit me? I dodged it perfectly. Every time I've done this, I've used things, I've summoned in little like gremlins and things to take his aggro while I chip him down. I've got no faith in me beating the final boss, or even the second to final boss, or third to final boss. I don't really have much hope in me beating this game at all. I'll be honest. The more that I play this one, hit him again, and do that. There we go. To get that hit on him. Good. Why is it so awkward? Yep, I know. Hit me. It's fine. Why? La la la. Just notice how dirty my desk is. It's got super glue on it and it annoys me. I was putting some stuff together and I spilled super glue on my desk and I can't get it off because, you know, it's super glue. And now it annoys me. I tried to get it off with a knife, but all that did was scratch the desk. Okay. Just gotta keep breathing. Don't stop breathing. Don't stop. Never give up. Hold your head high and reach the top. Let the world see what you have got. Bring it on back to you. Let's try a slightly different tactic. It's not a very easy tactic to try, given the way that he fucking works. Still alive? Yep. I don't know for how much longer, because the more that I fight this boss here, the more I don't want to be. You're right. It's rare. It is rare to see me live at this time, but that's usually because I'm playing War Thunder, and I generally don't really like playing War Thunder for that long. As much as I stream War Thunder, or have done, I've played it a lot. I don't really like playing it for very long. And so, it can often get rather annoying after a certain point to be playing it. Because War Thunder just gets frustrating. I can usually, something like Dark Souls, or when I was doing Sekiro, I could stream for a long time because I didn't hate the game I was playing by the end of it. And a lot of the time, it's like, you can see the end, you can see that the end is in sight with something like this. You can be like, alright, I can see where I'm, like, what I've got to do, and where I've got to get. But you can't really do that in something like War Thunder, because if you get like a nemesis for a game, but you can only do that until you run out of spawn points or vehicles, at which point you can't really, you know, hold on to that feeling, and it's just unsatisfying. Ow. I know. Try and do anything different and you get punished. Just do everything as slowly and methodically as you can. The most... Don't know how I got hit by that one. Actually, I do, because I was too fucking early. Go. Good. Dodged it. Good. Good. Come on, stop being so far away all the time. Okay, that's on me. My hand was in the way, so I couldn't really see it. Good. There. There. Why? Or maybe I think my perception of time slowed down because I looked at something else. Good. Stop being stuck in the corner. It's hard to tell what you're going to do there. Good. Good. I've dodged it! Da, 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 da. Why can't they? It feels like the iframes don't start until like you've already finished the roll. Come on. Da 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 ba da. Yep. One more. There we go. Stab it. Hit it. Miss it. Dodge it. Stab it. This fight would be infinitely better if the horse didn't breathe fire. The fact that the weird horse creature has to breathe fire to try and keep you away makes no sense. It doesn't even feel thematically, like, it doesn't even feel thematically relevant. It's just annoying. Like, it should be at least be using some kind of, like, lightning or holy magic. Why is that not... It's fine. What's it gonna... Oh, okay. Okay. Yep, no, I deserve this for being an idiot. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. It's alright, I deserve it. I shouldn't have had the audacity to try and play this game, I know. Yep. Good. Come on. Definitely not going to do it this round. I've used far too many flasks too soon. The controls aren't as responsive as they are in something like Sekiro. I'm not saying that as a thing. I'm not saying that as a point of cope. I'm saying that as a point of observation. Just to be like, this is the you don't have the it feels like you don't have the same level of control you do as in Sekiro. There we go. problem with any observations that I make now is that they just sound like me fucking coping, which they are, but they're also, it is me learning and me trying to figure out how to use that knowledge, which isn't going very well, as you can see. Come on, down here. Stop being in the corner. As much as I want to put you in the naughty corner, that's not where you need to be. Come over here. If it's any consolidation, at least the guy looks cool. Did I miss with that attack that I did? I think I did. Come on, stop being a Jonathan. Oh, fuck off, Jonathan! I just let out a little bit of rage towards someone called Jonathan that I used to know that crept in. I was just, you know, having a brief breakdown because of it. It's fine. Me and Jonathan will go far. I'm doing this whether you want me to or not. I refuse to give up. It's doable. I just, for some reason, can't do it. No, come back. Welcome, Lithuanian Bandit. And your 6 other people. Well, it might actually be 5 other people. Hello. You're finding me at my worst. Welcome. I would do the shout out command, but one, I don't know if there's anyone else here, and also I don't know where it is. Welcome, hello. I hope you're all doing well. I'm currently dying, if you haven't noticed. I'm not doing too well. And I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because I'm not very good. Yes.
It was a mistake to come here.
Welcome to the breadbasket payday Q1.
I feel like I'm slowly going insane. My streams don't usually last this long, and I'm beginning to get tired. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Whoa. I forgot that I'm playing a game. Don't do that one. Stupid, man. I went into like my hyper focus mode earlier. Didn't help. Just made everything worse. Well, it didn't make it worse, but it made dying feel worse because, you know, you're trying your hardest, and then after you try your hardest and then fail, it's it feels worse. I think I could go and do more grinding. I'm well aware. I think my swords are a little bit underleveled, I'll be honest. I need to I had an opener for the fight earlier and I've just stopped doing it for some reason. Stop doing that. Stop going out of your range. Don't do this. That's stupid, you stupid person. I could go and do more things, I think. But the problem is that I went to do more things. I went to do more things because So I was like, oh, okay, I can go do something else and then come back to do this. And hope that that would then just give me enough, you know, enough time away from it maybe. Come on. Stop, what are you doing? This is fine. Yep. I was hoping that it'd give me enough time away for me to then come back and be like, just, you know, an epic ownage. And it didn't work. In fact, I'm pretty certain I'm now worse at this boss. I probably should have, you know, I think I went away to level up. I think I leveled up once and then came back. Don't do that. Why do I keep doing that? That's stupid. That's like every time that I use the thrust attack on Al. There we go. Get away. Just, I'm not going to be able to beat it now. I've done too little damage without doing... I've done too little damage without... whatever it was I was saying. The sentence is gone. I'm too busy dying for me to be able to create fully formed sentences. How dark is it? Nah, the camera's fine. Oh, I might actually go and see if I can upgrade my swords. Thinking about it. There's something that I've been neglecting to do. I'm upgrading my swords. I'm gonna do that. Bugger off. Can't afford. You can't. Wait, what level are my swords? I don't know why. I'm not. It's a rhetorical question. Okay. Equipment. That's 13 and 12. Can I upgrade them higher? We'll find out. I've got a load of things. If I can... I've got a load of stones. And I think I can buy them. So I'm going to go check. Because I know damn well that... I know I'm forcing myself at an enemy that I'm not doing much damage to. And I'm doing it on purpose because I refuse... I don't like changing my mind. I'm stubborn. And changing my mind is a sign of defeat. And I don't like being defeated. So I need quite a few for that. Do I need stones or do I need runes? I don't like experience. I have a bad mindset. Does he have... Yeah, I just wondered if he was holding his helmet or if that was just like part of his like a head on his armor. I don't know. I feel like I've had that armor in the past, so I probably should be aware of that answer. But you know, you give me answers. Give me the answers that I require. I need things. What are they called? Runes. Can I? Oh wait, hold on. Can I buy up to +5? Because I'm definitely gonna need +5. I wasn't looking. There we go. I haven't even spoke to any of these people in this playthrough. I go up to +4. That's annoying. I'm not too sure where the ball bearing is. Equipment. No. This. Yes. Use that. How many is that? 2,500? I can level up one of my swords, I think. Which I'm going to. I think I'll focus on the primary one. And then once I've... Yeah. Don't sass me. Go here, upgrade that. Yes. So now I need loads of the 5 ones. Where can I find the 5 stone? Or the... Where can I set a drip somewhere? The, I don't know where the ball bearing is for that. Either? Oh, it didn't do anything. I occasionally press the button on the Xbox controller, the jewel in the middle. I don't know what it does on PC. I got no idea what it does. If you hold it down on Steam, I think it opens big picture mode. But I don't really know what that. I don't like it doing that. Where can I go instead? Maybe I could fight that big oh wait, hold on. Go here a second. No, the giant sells somber smithing stones. I don't need sombers. I just need regular stones. I don't like grinding. I like Sekiro, where I can just throw myself at an enemy repeatedly And if I'm bad, I'm bad. That's where I want to go. How do I get down without dying? Sekiro is a superior game. Every time, throughout this entire time I've been playing this, all I've been doing is longing for Sekiro. It's just unfortunate that I've done everything that Sekiro has to offer, so it can't really justify me playing it again. How do I get... Oh wait, I can just go down the bridge. What am I doing? And I refuse to do the gauntlets. I'm not doing the gauntlets in Sekiro. Okay. Hope this doesn't kill me. No, it won't. I don't know if this kills me. I've played this game at least before. I have a slight, just a very slight theory about. Hold on. I thought I saw something shiny that was worth my time. I got a very slight theory about I'm not looking up certain things. Where was it? I don't want to look up. It's over here. I don't really like looking things up where possible, although I did do it before the stream today. I looked up where one of the ball bearings were. And part of me likes to hope that if the marker's like a red cave on the map, then it's got something important in it. Because otherwise, why would they make it stand out? There's plenty of caves on the map that aren't marked in any kind of way. And so I like to assume the red ones are marked for a reason. I'm just going to run down. I've made a terrible mistake. Never mind. Well, back to running all the way here. I should have just not been cocky. That's what I get for streaming for 4.5 hours without eating a single thing. Actually, that's true. Not true. Earlier, I said that I hadn't had anything to eat. I woke up, immediately started streaming, within a margin of error of about 2 hours. And then I did some of that. I forgot what I was saying. I've already forgotten. My brain is shutting down. I've been here for 4.5 hours, and I feel like I've achieved nothing. I've achieved something. I know I've achieved things today. But I've, after fucking, I'm so stupid. I could eat. I just can't be bothered. I'm stubborn. Wait, what time is it? I will be finishing the stream soon. I'm gonna go in here. It's over here. I'm gonna go in here and get the grace site, and then I'll probably finish off there. That'll be wait, what? I've already checked what time it is. Sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Weary. Let me just grab this, and then I'll probably finish there. I didn't want to finish the stream until I'd beaten the what's it called? The Tree Sentinel. Because I wanted to finish that and be like, okay, so next time I stream, which is either tomorrow or Friday, I wanted to be like, okay, I can start by going into the capital and then work my way up there. But I am. It's fine. I'm just stubborn. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm done. It's fine. You could stop the stream whenever you want. You don't have to force yourself. Anyway, I'm gonna go and get something to eat and do what it is that I usually do. My water jug. I shouldn't have smacked the bottom. It water flew out the end of it. It's my water jug. It's like 2 liters of water. This is. Before I slightly tweaked my microphone settings, but before I slightly tweaked them, you could hear every time that I drank because it made glugging sounds. I'm not sure how soundable? I'm not sure how audible it is. Water mukbang. I feel like I'd die if I did a water mukbang. You have to eat an ungodly amount to be a mukbang.
It was a mistake to come here.
Welcome to the breadbasket Faro Fencer _
But yeah, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But no, I am gonna leave it here, and I think I've got to get a haircut tomorrow. So I will. Who is it? 5 liters? Is it 5? I definitely don't drink 5. That doesn't sound right. But oh, excuse me. It is 5. Fuck. Well, I should probably start drinking more water. But yeah, I got a haircut tomorrow, so I should be home in time to start streaming, but we'll see how it goes. I don't usually stream every day, and I've been doing it for I've streamed every day this week for some reason. I don't really know why, but it's just because I wanted to get through Elden Ring as fast as possible. Not because I don't like the game, but because I don't want to be playing it for the next like 4 years. I've seen how long some playthroughs can be, and I just didn't want it to just keep going. But yes, I'm going. I've said I should go, and I should go. I'll do whatever this is next time, and then that'll be that. So yeah, I'm done. Thank you for watching. I hope you also have a great evening. Sorry, I'm as awkward as ever. But no, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. But yeah, that's it. Take care. Bye bye.